Chapter 2434, The Invitation. Yi Futian didn't expect things to become so much more complicated. Now, even Lord Six Desires, the most powerful man of Six Desires Heaven, was intervening. He didn't even know how Lord Six Desires could possibly know about what had just happened. Obviously, the death of the great Elder Matian was why he had dispatched someone to bring him to Six Desires' heavenly palace. Yi was an existence who had survived the divine tribulation of the Great Path. Her presence here could only mean that the confrontation with the great Elder Matian had rippled through the entire Six Desires Heaven, especially amongst the peak cultivators in its upper echelon. Yi Futian could have never imagined that right after he arrived in the Western world, he would be embroiled in disturbance of this degree in Six Desires Heaven. Jiu, Uncle Tai, I will go with them, but you guys should leave, Yi Futian said to Hua Jiu and Blind Tai via voice transmission. Uncle Tai can take the others and leave. Hua Jiu responded to Yi Futian via voice transmission. She did not intend to leave. I'm concerned. I will shadow you in secret. Very well. Yi Futian didn't bother to insist. He and Hua Jiu shared one mind and soul. He understood it was impossible for Hua Jiu to leave him behind at this time, so he could only accept what she had decided to do. The matter had escalated now. The presence of Blind Tai and the others would only become a burden, so he felt it was best to go by himself. Blind Tai understood Yi Futian's intention very well and agreed without saying much. Although he had cultivated to the peak of Renhuang, he was still a little helpless when participating in battles that involved cultivators who had survived the divine tribulation of the Great Path. Only Yi Futian could battle such characters by using the body of Xinjia, the Great Emperor. Once he settled things, Yi Futian looked up at Siya's phantom and replied, How could I refuse an invitation from Lord Six Desires himself? Elder, please lead the way. Yi seemed a little surprised. She did not expect this young man in white, who had killed the great Elder Matian, would be so amicable. She did not appear in person precisely because she was worried that she would end up like the great Elder Matian. She was a little wary of Yi Futian because of what she saw of great Elder Matian's last moments. Very good. Let us depart, then, Siya's phantom replied. Immediately, those women in white turned around. Their figures drifted in the air as they were moving away. Yi Futian's figure flickered as he proceeded to follow them. Teacher. Fang Xiyuan and Little Ling both had worry and anger in their eyes. They were worried because they were afraid that something would happen to Yi Futian. They had anger because they had already encountered danger several times since they had arrived. Why couldn't these people just leave them alone? Duo Yu clenched his fists tightly as if he resented his own lack of strength. The event before them had left some impressions on the four youngsters. It made them more eager than ever to become more powerful. On the contrary, Chen Yi appeared quite calm. Although he hadn't known Yi Futian for very long, he had his own shares of crises. Yi Futian held many cards to his chest, and he had gone through a lot before and always emerged unscathed. Chen Yi was convinced that nothing would happen to Yi Futian this time either. Blind Chen had once said that Yi Futian was a man of destiny. Chen Yi did not quite understand what exactly destiny meant in this instance, but there was no need for him to understand it. He only knew that Blind Chen told him that he was meant to be the heir of the light, born to be exceptional and destined to inherit the light. And as the person who was destined to inherit the light, Blind Chen also told him to follow Yi Futian and serve him. This request demonstrated the high esteem to which Blind Chen held Yi Futian. Because Chen Yi believed in Blind Chen, therefore he also trusted Yi Futian. We will go now, Chen Yi replied. Although they were of no help to Yi Futian, they should avoid being a burden to him. At least they should ensure their own safety first, so that Yi Futian could deal with the situation at hand without any worries. Yes. Blind Tai nodded, and the group set off right away to leave. but in a different direction from the one Yi Futian was about to take. On the journey, Yi still did not reveal her true shape, but Yi Futian could feel that she had been there all along. He was keenly aware of someone observing everything that was happening all this time. "I have something I don't understand. May I ask Elder to elucidate?" asked Yi Futian. "Go ahead," said a voice in response to Yi Futian. Elder's mission must have been commanded by Lord Six Desires, but how did Lord Six Desires know what happened in the first place? Yi Futian continued. Great Elder Matian had sent an image to Lord Six Desires right before he died. The woman responded. Yi Futian's eyes sharpened as he heard this. He did not expect that cautious and cunning old fox would be plotting against him even as he died. He had informed Lord Six Desires of this sordid affair. More importantly, he had revealed Yi Futian as the one who killed him. No wonder. How did Elder know of my location? Yi Futian queried again. That you don't need to know, Siyu responded. If you are really curious, you can ask Lord Six Desires yourself when you get to the Six Desires Heavenly Palace. When Yi Futian heard the other's answer, he immediately realized that it was probably because she did not want him to know. However, if the great Elder Matian could manage to transmit the last moment of his demise to Lord Six Desires, he might have managed to leave a mark on him without his being aware of it. Ultimately, the realm of great Elder Matian was much more powerful than him. Other than that, he couldn't really think of any other possibilities. After all, once he arrived in Six Desires Heaven, great Elder Matian was the only one he had an altercation with. After slaying his opponent, he did not have contact with anyone else. They themselves were practically unknowns in this place. Therefore, great Elder Matian was still the key to all that had happened, but he had no idea what it was that made him so disagreeable to these people here. Therefore, it seemed that no matter where he went, he may not escape the eyes of Lord Six Desires. If this matter were to be resolved, it was impossible for him to avoid going to Six Desires' Heavenly Palace. But even Yi Futian had no clue what the outcome might be when he faced a cultivator who had survived a second divine tribulation of the Great Path. Time passed, and the group had traversed the endless distance. They finally came to the top of a divine mountain. This divine mountain stood tall above the sky, suspended in the firmament bordering the heavens. It was in fact the highest point of Six Desires Heaven. The Six Desires Heavenly Palace was rumored to be the highest point of Six Desires Heaven. At this moment, Yi Futian set foot on the divine mountain with Si. Not far in front of him, a beautiful woman with extraordinary temperament was leading the way. It was Si, the top cultivator of Six Desires Heaven. She was now in her true shape as they neared this location. She knew that Yi Futian could not easily escape and that he meant to follow through and had come here on his own accord. Many people appeared, and they were swarmed by many divine consciousnesses as these emerging individuals tried to spy on Yi Futian. This white-haired young man in the 8th realm of cultivation had managed to kill great Elder Matian. Furthermore, he controlled a divine body, which was precisely the reason why he was able to obliterate a cultivator who had survived the divine tribulation with a single blow. Si took Yi Futian all the way upward and into the depths of the divine mountain. The Six Desires Heavenly Palace was now in his field of vision. When he saw that magnificent heavenly palace, Yi Futian was nonplussed, as his expression remained calm, and as usual not showing much surprise. Si, on the other hand, was amazed by his composure. This young man had come all this way without the slightest reaction. Could he really be this sturdy? Chapter 2435, Shameless. Up in the Six Desires Heavenly Palace, a deity-like silhouette sat cross-legged. On both sides of the stairway, there stood many cultivators. They were all extraordinary figures, and many of them were top-level renhuangs. Today, not just the cultivators of the Six Desires Heavenly Palace were present. The cultivators of other forces of Six Desires Heaven were also here. Right then, the various cultivators were looking far into the distance. Si brought over a white-haired youth. When he reached the bottom of the stairway, Si Yi bowed towards the silhouette on top of the heavenly palace and said, "Lord, I have brought the person you wanted." "Thank you for your efforts," replied Lord Six Desires as he nodded his head. He sat on a golden futon cushion. Golden divine light also circled around him. He appeared divine and actually gave off a harmonious aura. The Six Desires heavenly palace was also like a true heavenly palace. It was covered in golden light everywhere. It faintly resembled a Buddhist holy land. Si stepped back to one side. Immediately, the gazes of the various cultivators landed on Yi Futian. Their looks were full of curiosity. This junior youth was the one who killed great Elder Matian, an existence at the peak of Six Desires heaven. Lord Six Desires similarly sized up Yi Futian. Yi Futian bowed slightly at Lord Six Desires and greeted, "Lord Six Desires." Lord Six Desires responded as he nodded at Yi Futian. He then said, "Yi Futian, why aren't you cultivating in the original realm? Why have you come to the Western world?" When Yi Futian heard the other party's words, he revealed a strange look. This Lord Six Desires actually knew his identity. As expected, these giant-level figures were well informed. Amidst the storm of events in the original realm, only the Western world was nowhere to be seen. This might be related to them practicing Buddhism. However, that did not mean that the Western world did not pay heed to the events in the original realm. When Lord Six Desires asked him this, Yi Futian understood that the other party knew about the happenings in the original realm these past years. Otherwise, he would not have recognized Yi Futian. Yi Futian said politely, "Since Lord Six Desires knows what has happened in the original realm, you must certainly know about what I have faced there. Due to that, I decided to come and train. For me, the Western world is an unknown land, and I also have no enemies here. That is why I chose to come here. However, I never imagined that I would be attacked by great Elder Matin. I was forced to defend myself. I hope you may forgive my offense." His tone was still calm. Since Lord Six Desires knew of Yi Futian's existence, how would he deal with Yi Futian? When he heard Yi Futian's explanation, Lord Six Desires nodded his head. He seemed to agree with what Yi Futian said. He then said, "I already know everything about the incident with Matian. Such things happen in the cultivation world. You naturally did not do anything wrong. Matian can only blame his lack of ability compared to you." As he said this, he introduced Yi Futian to the other cultivators. Some of you may have heard about him, but most of you still do not know who he is. It turns out that he is the top monstrous figure, Yi Futian, who was once known as the ruler of the original realm. He discovered the teachings of several great emperors and inherited the world of great Emperor Zhui. He unified the various forces of the original realm, but offended the major forces of the divine prefecture instead. Even Donghuang Imperial Palace came after him. Is what I said correct? "I am honored to have garnered the attention of Lord Six Desires," said Yi Futian. Lord Six Desires continued, "You provoked the hatred of the divine prefecture single-handedly and offended the dark world and the empty divine realm at the same time, becoming the talk of various major worlds. You are also the heir of Emperor Yi Qing, who was previously one of the two emperors of the divine prefecture. It is difficult not to pay attention to you. However, it is still a surprise that you appeared in Six Desires heaven and killed Machin." This caused the hearts of the cultivators who did not know Yi Futian to tremble. This cultivator, who killed great Elder Matian, actually had such a glorious past in the original realm. He was the heir of Emperor Yi Qing. If so, why had Donghuang Imperial Palace let him go? Even cultivators of the Western world knew about the two emperors of the divine prefecture. It was just that their impressions of the two emperors weren't as deep as that of the members of the divine prefecture. Yi Futian did not say any more. Lord Six Desires knew a lot about him. As to what Lord Six Desires would do, he must have already made up his mind. It was meaningless for Yi Futian to say any more. He only needed to listen. Yi Futian, you made too many enemies in the original realm. Now, upon just arriving in the Western world, you killed Great Elder Matian. It seems that with your way of doing things, you will never find peace wherever you go, continued Lord Six Desires. You have exceptional talent and will achieve great things in the future. With the inheritance of Emperor Yi Qing, you will certainly pursue the highest peak one day. You should cherish your life more. Thank you for the advice, Senior, replied Yi Futian. Lord Six Desires offered. It seems that your arrival in Six Desires Heaven is also fate. Why don't you stay and cultivate in the Six Desires Heavenly Palace? You can reflect in the Heavenly Palace for some time. Consider it your penance for Ma Qian's death. If you are willing to join the Heavenly Palace, I will do my best to improve your cultivation. In the Western world, no one from the Divine Prefecture will disturb you here. You can focus on cultivating in peace. After saying so much, he actually wanted Yi Futian to stay and cultivate in the Six Desires Heavenly Palace. However, was that all to it? Yi Futian did not believe that it was so simple. Lord Six Desires had actually generously offered to take him in to cultivate in the Heavenly Palace. He would even guide Yi Futian in his cultivation and help him improve. I dare not accept your offer. I have no contribution worthy of the Heavenly Palace. I would not dare to accept your generosity and gain the protection of the Heavenly Palace, said Yi Futian. He said this in a testing tone. He wanted to see what Lord Six Desires wanted exactly. Lord Six Desires expounded. Your talents and the techniques you cultivated are all treasures. While you cultivate, you can also help the members of the Heavenly Palace improve together with you. I will also be able to benefit greatly from this. If you are willing to go all out in sharing your resources with us, I believe that one day you can become an absolute existence. When that time comes, aside from the great emperor, no one can stand against you. His voice was calm and did not waver at the slightest. It was as though he was explaining an extremely simple matter. When Yi Futian heard him say this, he felt chills down his spine. Before this, he had experienced Great Elder Matian's ability firsthand. Compared with Lord Six Desires, Great Elder Matian's methods were insignificant. Great Elder Matian had at least tried to rob Yi Futian directly. As for Lord Six Desires, he had been extremely polite to Yi Futian ever since Yi Futian came to the Heavenly Palace. He was generous and praised Yi Futian, allowing him to join the Heavenly Palace to cultivate and provide protection. However, Lord Six Desires was not just after one or two treasures, such as the divine body of Xinjiao the Great Emperor. He wanted all the inheritances that Yi Futian possessed. He wanted to use everything that Yi Futian had to strengthen his own members. This was plundering in the complete sense of the word. Lord Six Desires wanted to obtain his techniques and the teachings of the various great emperors. It was because Lord Six Desires knew about Yi Futian that he wanted everything Yi Futian had. It was one thing for Lord Six Desire to try to obtain them by force. In his eyes, he seemed to think that he was helping Yi Futian and providing a win-win situation. It seemed that he thought that Yi Futian should be grateful to him and willingly surrender all that he possessed. This was more than being shameless. Lord Six Desires had transcended shamelessness. From his point of view, it was righteous. Chapter 2436 News. Although he felt a chill run down his spine, Yi Futian did not betray any emotion on his face. He appeared extremely calm, as though his heart was not wavering at the slightest. After he pondered for a while, he bowed slightly towards Lord Six Desires and said, "Lord Six Desires, what you have said is precisely what I was thinking. In the original realm, the various forces of the Divine Prefecture are after me, and Princess Donghuang led her divine generals to take my life. I was forced to only be able to cultivate in the Z-way segmentum and could not step foot in the original realm at all. Hence, I left the realm behind and came to the Western world to seek out fateful encounters for cultivation. When I reach the peak of cultivation, I will certainly return there. Yi Futian's tone was sincere. It seemed as though he was pouring his heart out. Of course, it was unimportant as to whether or not Lord Six Desires believed him. Before this, Yi Futian had gone against great Elder Machin with brain and brawn. They had tried to outmaneuver each other. In the end, Yi Futian had emerged victorious. Right now, Lord Six Desires wanted everything that Yi Futian possessed. However, instead of plundering, Lord Six Desires attempted to get the treasures using a gentler way. It was because he had an even bigger scheme in mind. He desired not only the divine body of Xinjia, the great emperor, but all the teachings Yi Futian had inherited. Unless Yi Futian voluntarily gave Lord Six Desires the teachings, the latter couldn't possibly acquire them through pillaging. If pillaging Yi Futian worked, Lord Six Desires would most likely not have used such a gentle way to achieve his goal. Since we are of the same mind, that's naturally best, Lord Six Desires said, nodding in approval after listening to Yi Futian's response. Yi Futian, since you said so, does it mean that you are willing to cultivate in the Six Desires heavenly palace? Yi Futian affirmed his decision while nodding, saying, I'm willing to become a disciple of the Six Desires heavenly palace. I will devote my time to mediation in the heavenly palace so that I can improve my cultivation and be able to return to the original realm in the future. He added on while looking at Lord Six Desires, in the future, if I encounter anything that I don't understand while cultivating, I hope Lord Six Desires won't mind going through the trouble to teach me. Lord Six Desires replied, You have exceptional talent to begin with. The Six Desires heavenly palace benefits from you joining us as well. Since you're willing to become a disciple here, I will naturally not mistreat you. You can come to see me regardless of what kinds of problems you face while cultivating. Many thanks, Lord Six Desires. As Yi Futian said this, he waved his palm, and instantly the corpse of Xinjia, the great emperor, appeared. Yi Futian said, Lord Six Desires, this is the divine body of Xinjia, the great emperor. In the past, I was fortunate to comprehend and resonate with the divine body by accident, allowing me to be able to control it now. However, in the end, it is still not a part of me, and thus my spiritual soul is greatly exhausted whenever I use it. There's a risk of me facing backlash too. Now, I will leave it here in the heavenly palace. With your profound cultivation, I'm sure you can better control this divine body. The eyes of the surrounding cultivators narrowed as they stared at the divine body. Then they averted their gazes and looked at Yi Futian. They were all shocked, putting on astonished expressions. Even Si, who brought Yi Futian here, was taken aback by his action. No wonder Yi Futian appeared so calm throughout their journey here. He had most likely made up his mind on what to do since the very beginning. This fellow was bold to actually give away the divine body. After he did so, his life was not up to him to decide anymore. He had lost his trump card. He would be defenseless when faced with Lord Six Desires. Yi Futian submitting the divine body to Lord Six Desires meant that he was putting his life in the Lord's hands. In order to gain Lord Six Desires' trust, Yi Futian was bold and pushed himself past the point of no return. Si had no idea what Yi Futian was really thinking. After all, Yi Futian managed to kill Great Elder Machin with a scheme. Great Elder Machin was cautious and cunning to begin with, so Yi Futian could pull the whole thing off meant that there was more to him than what met the eye. Anyhow, what Yi Futian thought was irrelevant now. The crucial thing was that Yi Futian could no longer escape from the grasp of Lord Six Desires. He was completely under the Lord's control now. Most likely Yi Futian gave the Lord the divine body in exchange for his own safety. Lord Six Desires was extremely pleased with Yi Futian's action. He scanned the surroundings and said to the cultivators in the heavenly palace, "From now on, Yi Futian is a guardian of the 6 Desires heavenly palace. He is one of us. Do you understand?" "Yes, Lord 6 Desires," replied the crowd, nodding obediently. Then someone said to Yi Futian, "Congratulations, Guardian Yi." Yi Futian nodded, slightly in response. Then he looked at Lord 6 Desires and said, "My spiritual soul was injured when I fought with great Elder Matian. I need some time to heal my wounds. I don't think I will be able to have any discussions with you in the near future. I want to rest for a period of time. After my spiritual soul has recovered, I will share what I have obtained through fateful encounters with you so that you can give me some pointers." The crowd was speechless. That meant that he was going to surrender what he had obtained through fateful encounters to Lord 6 Desires. As expected, Lord 6 Desires was pleased when he saw Yi Futian proactively offering up the divine body of Xinjia, the great emperor, and then expressing his willingness to share what he had learned through his fateful encounters. He revealed a smile on his face and nodded his head. He said to Yi Futian, "No worries. Since your spiritual soul is injured, you naturally need to rest. We can wait until you have recovered to discuss other matters." Even the body of Xinjia, the great emperor, had been offered up. Yi Futian was merely an 8th-tier cultivator, no matter how he recovered. Even if his cultivation became stronger after his recovery, it was meaningless. Lord 6 Desires could dater him at any given moment. He was naturally not afraid of Yi Futian stirring up trouble. "Many thanks, Lord 6 Desires," said Yi Futian. "Escort Guardian Yi to cultivate in Yangshin Mountain." Lord 6 Desires ordered one of the cultivators beside him. Immediately, someone came and led Yi Futian away from the hall. Yi Futian left with the person obediently. Of course, Lord 6 Desires and other top cultivators were reluctant to leave the place. They remained at the hall where the divine body of Xinjia, the great emperor, was. Yangshin Mountain, which was located above the 6 Desires heavenly palace, was indeed a suitable place for meditation. Yi Futian cultivated there calmly. As for the divine body, did the others think that it was that easy to be able to communicate with it? As expected, many days had passed, and Lord 6 Desires and the others were still at the hall trying to comprehend the divine body. They still couldn't comprehend or resonate with it. However, the more challenging the task was, the more intense their desires to acquire it were. On the contrary, Yi Futian himself seemed to have really let go of the divine body. It was as though it was really a gift to Lord 6 Desires. 6 Desires Heaven was a part of the Western world, similar to a domain of the 18 domains in the Divine Prefecture. Blind Tai and the others left 6 Desires Heaven and came to another region. Beneath them was the golden-winged giant pung bird, Mo Yunzi. He was mentally linked with Yi Futian and knew everything that was happening to him. Hence, Yi Futian had sent him to follow Blind Tai's group. "We have arrived." Their group advanced and traversed through the clouds. "Let's head to the central region," said Chun Yi plainly. They continued on their way. After a few days, news began to spread around this region. The ruler of 6 Desires Heaven, Lord 6 Desires, had obtained the divine body of Xinjia, the great emperor, as well as the teachings of the great emperors. Rumor has it that he was cultivating in seclusion, and his cultivation was improving by leaps and bounds. He was undergoing a metamorphosis at a frenzied pace. In the future, he would become the strongest existence below the great emperors. Regardless of where they were, the cultivators all yearned to acquire the teachings of the top figures. The news regarding Lord 6 Desires spread at an astonishing speed. All top forces had caught wind of it. More and more cultivators knew about it at an incredible speed. Chapter 2437. Arriving at the 6 Desires Heavenly Palace. Yi Futian was initially still cultivating atop the 6 Desire Heaven Palace, but Lord 6 Desires invited him to come down from the Yangshin Mountain. Before the stairs, Lord 6 Desires and the other high-level cultivators were all present. In the middle stood the divine frame of Xinjia the Great. Everyone kept a distance from the divine frame. Clearly, although quite some time had passed, no one could solve the mystery of Xinjia the Great. Until today, no one could bring it away, including Lord Six Desires himself, which was why he sent people to call Yi Futian over. Lord! Yi Futian bowed slightly toward Lord Six Desires and greeted him after arriving. How's your injury? Lord Six Desires still remembered to care about Yi Futian's injuries. Almost recovered. I should be fully rejuvenated in a few days' time, Yi Futian replied. Lord Six Desires nodded and said, For the past few days, the others and I were all observing this divine frame of Xinjia the Great. Even now, we still cannot understand how it operates. No wonder you were crowned as the number one of the original realm and were chased after by various forces of the divine prefecture. Your talents are astonishing, to say the least. Back then, how did you reach resonance with the divine frame of Xinjia the Great? With the status and power level of Lord Six Desires, it was definitely an embarrassing thing for him to be asking Yi Futian. Yi Futian had already spontaneously handed over the body, gifting it to him to study. Yet he couldn't figure it out and had to come to consult Yi Futian. One could imagine the emotions going through Lord Six Desires. If it was easy to ask, he would have done it back then. However, so many days had passed, and he still couldn't fathom it. Not to mention, there were some rumors starting to spread. So Lord Six Desires had no choice but to call Yi Futian over to consult him. He didn't forget to praise Yi Futian before the fact, so at least it wouldn't be as humiliating. Yi Futian appeared to be pondering before he answered. Lord, back then, when I was fortunate enough to see the divine frame in the Shangqing domain, no one could communicate with it. In fact, even looking at it would inflict severe injuries, causing one's eyes to bleed. I was no different. Afterward, through perception and understanding, I was able to resonate with the runes inside of the divine frame, which then allowed me to activate them and fuse with my spiritual soul and mortal body to gain control. But if you need a detailed explanation of how it was done, it's really difficult to spell it out clearly. Lord Six Desires nodded slightly. Naturally, he had also entered that world of runes inside the divine frame. However, it was a domain of path obliteration. The moment he entered, he was attacked. When he tried to gain control over the body of Xinjia the Great, he immediately experienced severe backlash. Is there any way to quickly gain control over it? Lord Six Desires asked, his voice lower than usual. Yi Futian pondered for a while before shaking his head. He looked toward Lord Six Desires only to see the Lord looking back at him. Although he appeared calm and composed on the surface, Yi Futian was exceptionally clear of the circumstances right now. With the relationship between him and Lord Six Desires, it was impossible to have mutual trust. Of course, they were both trying to scheme against each other. Despite his explanations, how could Lord Six Desires completely believe him? Yi Futian said, Lord, previously, besides inheriting the divine frame of Xinjia the Great, I also inherited his divine requiem and Ziwei the Great's techniques of attack. However, Ziwei the Great's inheritance is still dependent on the Ziwei segmentum even after all this time, because the will of the Great Emperor was embedded within those celestial stars. When I was cultivating there, I could feel the presence of Ziwei the Great's will. As such, all I can do is to seek advice from Lord about my cultivation methods. He used the word advice. As expected, a gratified expression could be seen from Lord Six Desires' eyes and brows. He said, Right, although I'm not an expert in music, the great paths are all interconnected. Perhaps I could still give you some advice. Besides, I would like to experience the divine requiem as well. As for the offensive techniques of Ziwei the Great, surely there's something extraordinary about that, too. Yi Futian sneered inside. He knew that Lord Six Desires was a greedy person who never knew content. His music and the techniques of Ziwei the Great, he wanted all of them. So long as Yi Futian mentioned them, he would want them. I'll transmit it to Lord through divine consciousness, Yi Futian said as divine light started blinking between his brows and started to travel towards the middle of Lord Six Desires' brows. With his cultivation levels, of course Lord Six Desires wouldn't be afraid of Yi Futian. Without the body of Xinjia the Great, it wouldn't even be possible for Yi Futian's divine consciousness to launch a sneak attack on him. So he just allowed that divine light to enter into his forehead. Soon, the light dissipated from both of them. A smile appeared on Lord Six Desires' face. He was clearly very satisfied with the information that Yi Futian had transmitted to him. Although the divine requiem was useless for him, it was a lost divine melody, the greatest composition of Xinjia the Great, who was the greatest musician of an era. Even if he just used it to trade in the future, he could exchange it for other supreme treasures. On top of that, the attacking technique of Ziwei the Great was also extremely powerful. He could study it and fuse it into his own methods of attack. Since you haven't recovered fully from your injuries, you should go back first and try to recover as soon as possible. Later on, I'll study these cultivation methods carefully. When I gain a decent understanding of it, I'll give you some advice, Lord Six Desires said to Yi Futian. His tone was a lot more gentle than before. Although he knew that Yi Futian still had other treasures on him, he wasn't in a rush to get them. Since Yi Futian was willing to hand them over spontaneously, he was glad to treat Yi Futian with some respect in return. He liked smart people. "All right, thank you for going through the trouble, Lord," Yi Futian said. Despite passing on cultivation methods to Lord Six Desires, he behaved as though he was indebted to him instead. Yet, none of the cultivators around felt that there was anything wrong. It seemed as if this was supposed to be how things go. Yi Futian was staying in Lord Six Desires' territory, and his life was in the hands of the Lord. How would he dare not to hand over all of his possessions? The Lord was already being very generous to allow him to recover from his injuries and cultivate in peace. After leaving, Yi Futian returned to Yangshi Mountain and went back to cultivation. It was exactly as the cultivators in the Six Desires Heavenly Palace thought. He knew what sort of circumstances he was under and understood what should and should not be done. Right now, other than cultivation, all he should be doing was lay low. As for the divine methods that he transmitted to Lord Six Desires, it wasn't complete, though it was extraordinary nonetheless. Although Lord Six Desires was powerful, he had never seen those two divine methods before, so naturally he wouldn't be able to tell. Besides, those were indeed real, just incomplete. After several more days, Lord Six Desires was still cultivating in the Six Desires Heavenly Palace. Suddenly, several powerful auras descended upon the palace encircled by a mist of divine aura, which made Lord Six Desires frown. He looked up into the air with a cold and impassive gaze as he said, "Why not inform me before coming to the Six Desires Heavenly Palace?" The hearts of the cultivators who were cultivating in the palace trembled slightly when they heard the Lord Six Desires. Based on his tone, it seemed that those who arrived were on the same cultivation level as him. Otherwise, how would they dare to descend directly upon the Six Desires Heavenly Palace? And the Lord used the word inform just now. If it weren't cultivators of the same level as him, he would likely have slammed his palm toward them already. So, who was here? Atop the skies, the clouds surged and rolled rigorously as waves of extremely powerful aura seeped downwards. Then, a voice sounded from high up in the air, apologies for coming without notifying and disturbing Lord Six Desires' cultivation. As the voice sounded, a figure appeared high up in the skies. Two other cultivators arrived from another direction. The three great cultivators arrived at the Six Desires Heavenly Palace at the same time. All three were cultivators on the same level as the Lord Six Desires, each an overlord of the region. At this moment, Lord Six Desires instantly understood what they had come for. Cultivators of this level coming personally. Clearly, it wouldn't be for no reason. Recently, only one thing had happened in the Six Desires heavenly palace, so naturally they had come for that. The three great cultivators looked downward at the divine frame of Xinjia the Great. A wave of amazement went through their hearts. So it was actually true. Lord Six Desires obtained a divine corpse, and it was the divine frame of a great emperor who stood at the very top of the pyramid in the ancient era, Xinjia the Great. Previously, this divine frame appeared in the divine prefecture. Now it was in the Six Desires heavenly palace. Lord Six Desires sneered inside. They'd already arrived here. What did they mean by disturbing his cultivation? What a sham! Of course, he knew all three of these cultivators. We've previously heard rumors that Lord Six Desires obtained the divine frame of Xinjia the Great. It turned out to be true. Since you obtained the diving frame, why didn't you invite us to study it together? You're here alone, yet you can't fathom it. That's rather boring, isn't it? Another of the three said while staring at the divine frame. They'd all heard that it was challenging to gain an understanding of the body of Xinjia the Great. Looking at the situation now, it seemed to be true. Clearly, until now, Lord Six Desires still hadn't managed to do it. As they spoke, their divine consciousness expanded rapidly to their surroundings. It seemed that they were trying to encase the entire Six Desires heavenly palace in their divine consciousness. Don't you think this is going a little overboard? Lord Six Desires could sense that their divine consciousness was directly invading the Six Desires heavenly palace, and his tone turned cold. This was an obvious provocation. However, the three of them didn't care. They had already come to the Six Desires heaven, so they wouldn't concern themselves with that. Besides, they had already discussed this before coming over. As such, they could surely suppress Lord Six Desires, so he wouldn't dare to turn against them. We've heard that the phenom of the original realmy Futian was being imprisoned in the Six Desires heavenly palace by you. Six Desires, so we just wanted to see for ourselves. Don't mind us. A smile appeared on their faces as they'd already found the answer. Of course, Yangshin Mountain was part of the area covered by their divine consciousness, and they could see a white-haired young cultivator there. His aura was extraordinary. That was probably Yi Futian. Lord Six Desires was seriously ruthless, imprisoning Yi Futian inside the Six Desires heavenly palace and forcing him to hand over the divine methods that he was cultivating. According to the rumors, other than the divine frame of Xinjia the Great, Lord Six Desires had also obtained several other inheritances of great emperors. He was exceedingly ambitious, wanting to become the greatest cultivator below the great emperors. Of course, that was the dream of all cultivators on their level, perhaps even further than that. It wasn't a surprise to them that Lord Six Desires had such thoughts. However, now that they knew about it, Lord Six Desires can forget about having the divine frame of the great emperor and the divine methods all to himself. At the very least, they had to get a piece of the pie. Yi Futian willingly entered the Six Desires heavenly palace to cultivate as one of us. How is that imprisonment? I'm afraid what you said was blown way out of proportion. Is it? One of the three cultivators said impassively as his divine consciousness landed on Yangshin Mountain. He asked Yi Futian, Yi Futian, did you enter the Six Desires heavenly palace for cultivation willingly? Yi Futian raised his head in Yangshin Mountain and looked toward the Six Desires heavenly palace. They were finally here. Chapter 2438. Compromise Balance. Yi Futian remained silent and didn't speak. Upon seeing his reaction, Lord Six Desires asked, Yi Futian, just speak the truth. Did you willingly enter the Six Desires heavenly palace? Did I force you to do it? Yi Futian stood there and continued to be silent. At such times, not speaking would be more impactful than speaking. He's right, just speak the truth. Did Lord Six Desires imprison you in the heavenly palace? Because of his threats, you had to hand over the divine frame? One of the three cultivators asked in an attempt to pressure Yi Futian. At this juncture, Of course Yi Futian wouldn't rashly follow what he said. That would be foolish. These people weren't related to him in any way. Why would they care about his life? They had only come here because they cared about the divine frame and inheritance of the great emperors. The moment he admitted that he was threatened, these people would have an excuse to act. Afterward, it wouldn't matter if he was alive or not. "Come over here and tell them," Lord Six Desires continued. His might shrouded the Six Desires heaven. "Six Desires, you are coercing him," a cultivator said, but Lord Six Desires didn't care. Yi Futian finally moved. He knew that if he continued to remain silent, it would have the opposite effect of what he wanted. He walked out of Yangshin Mountain and flew through the air. He came before the main hall of the Six Desires heavenly palace and chose a position to stand in. He bowed slightly toward Lord Six Desires and the three great cultivators. "Greetings, Lord and seniors. I was invited by the Lord to join the Six Desires heaven. Lord Six Desires was willing to give me advice on my cultivation, which is why I entered the heavenly palace. The divine frame will be much more powerful in the hands of the Lord. It will then be able to protect me better. At the same time, the Lord is willing to teach me about the methods, which I have inherited from the great emperors. It will be beneficial towards improving my cultivation." It seemed as though Yi Futian's words came right from his heart. It was sincere, candid, and polite. Yet the cultivators present could sense that something was wrong with what he said. He was invited by Lord Six Desires. The Lord was willing to give him advice in his cultivation, and was even willing to teach him about the methods inherited from the great emperor. Yi Futian needed Lord Six Desires to teach him about the methods of the great emperor. That was certainly a thought-provoking statement. Lord Six Desires also sensed that there was something wrong with what Yi Futian said. But after all, there weren't any loopholes in his words. He had admitted that he entered the palace willingly. At this point, Lord Six Desires couldn't flip on Yi Futian, as that would only prove the three great cultivators right, that he was threatening Yi Futian. One of the great cultivators said, "I see how it is. If Lord Six Desires can do it, then I can too. I know that you have made many enemies in the divine prefecture. If you really get into trouble in the future, I'm afraid Lord Six Desires alone wouldn't be able to fight them all. Besides, it's been so many days, yet Lord Six Desires still hasn't solved the mystery of the divine frame. It's probably not possible for him to become the greatest cultivator below the great emperors." He continued, "I came from Yema heaven, and I'm the lord of a heavenly palace as well. I'm willing to provide aegis for you and teach you cultivation. Are you willing to join my palace for cultivation?" "Yema, Yi Futian already joined my Six Desires heavenly palace. What's the meaning of this?" Lord Six Desires asked. "Who said Yi Futian could only enter one palace?" Another one of the great cultivators said, "Moreover, Six Desires, you said you were going to provide protection for Yi Futian. Do you really think that you alone can fend against all of the forces from the divine prefecture? If that's the case, would you like to take us on, 1 against 3, and try to spar with the three of us?" This question made Lord Six Desires' expression turn a little ugly. These three cultivators had clearly come to snatch Yi Futian from him. 1 against 3. Of course he couldn't do it. These three were all on the same cultivation level as him. They'd known each other for years and had battled before. He couldn't even guarantee that he would win 1-on-1, let alone 1-on-3. Lord Yi and Lord Liberty are right. "I don't mind either," the last person said. He was wearing a kasaya. He was a divine Buddhist monk with an extraordinary aura. The three great cultivators had reached the same conclusion. They were overtly snatching Yi Futian, making him join their palaces while he had already entered the Six Desires heavenly palace. And they believed that Yi Futian wouldn't reject them. These three great cultivators were Lord Yi of Yema heaven, Lord Liberty of Liberty heaven, and Lord Initial Zen. The Western world was vast, nearly boundless. It was said to have various worlds and various small worlds. All three of the cultivators and Lord Six Desires were powerful beings who stood atop all of these worlds, high above the masses. Cultivators of their level rarely appear together. Yet today, all four of them had come for Yi Futian. More accurately, they came for the divine item. In his mind, Yi Futian was a little taken aback by the words of the three cultivators. So this was the wisdom of the cultivators at the top of the pyramid. He only hinted a little, and they immediately knew exactly what to do. They knew that even if he was threatened, he wouldn't say anything rash and could not have a falling out with Lord Six Desires. They proposed to let him join their palaces, so he wouldn't have to turn on Lord Six Desires. At the same time, these great cultivators could share his divine item. Perhaps they wouldn't even have to fight each other. As long as Lord Six Desires made some small compromises, everyone would be satisfied. Such good scheming. Yi Futian couldn't help but feel impressed. On top of that, he couldn't reject them. It's a pity that these four cultivators were well matched with each other. According to Mo Yunzi's memories, not one of them was above the others in any way. As such, they were able to create a balanced situation. Yi Futian, do you agree to this? Lord Yi asked Yi Futian directly. I already joined the Six Desires Heavenly Palace, so I need the Lord Six Desires to agree to it. Yi Futian looked toward Lord Six Desires, appearing very composed. Of course, he wouldn't reject them. Being controlled by Lord Six Desires alone was far more menacing to him than the four great cultivators forming a system of checks and balances on each other. But he wouldn't agree directly. Instead, he let Lord Six Desires make the decision. Six Desires, what do you say? Lord Yi asked Lord Six Desires. 3 gazes landed on him, which made his expression turn a little ugly. Humph. Lord Six Desires snorted and said, Yi Futian already joined my Six Desires Heavenly Palace, yet the 3 of you are making such aggressive demands. I will remember what happened today. Does that mean that you agree? Lord Liberty asked, but Lord Six Desires didn't answer him. Instead, he turned toward the body of Xinjia the Great and continued to study it. He started earlier than the other 3 cultivators. If he could understand the workings of the divine frame before the 3 of them, based on the power that Yi Futian could unleash back then, it would be enough to deal with the 3 of them. When that happened, he'd let them know who was in charge. But now he would have to avoid direct conflict with the 3. He had absolutely no confidence in battling them 1-on-3. In that case, Yi Futian, from now on, you will be under us, Lord Yi said toward Yi Futian. Yi Futian sighed inside. It was a pity that they didn't start fighting directly, but there was no rush. The seed of conflict had already been planted, and a fallout was a mere matter of time. He needed to wait patiently for some time. Thank you for being so gracious. Yi Futian bowed toward them. I shall take my leave first. He turned and went off, leaving the place. The 3 great cultivators all stared at the divine frame of Xinjia the Great. Then their figures descended and landed before it as their divine consciousness surged toward the divine frame. All of them wanted to study, understand, and obtain the divine frame. Chapter 2439, Comprehension. The Six Desire Heavenly Palace appeared peaceful outside, but because the 4 cultivators were comprehending the divine body simultaneously, the Heavenly Palace was under a state of constant suppression. However, Yi Futian continued cultivating quietly as if no one was around. On this day, Lord Yi of Yema Heaven descended on Yangshin Mountain and came to him. Greetings, Lord Yi, Yi Futian said while he gave a slight bow. These 3 had been here for a few days, so he knew of their identities. Lord Yi nodded slightly at Yi Futian and said, You are considered one of us now. Would you follow me to Yema Heaven to cultivate? I'm able to cultivate quietly here at Six Desires Heavenly Palace. I have no plan to leave for the time being, Yi Futian replied. He knew very well that none of their conversations could escape Lord Six Desires' ears. and Yi Futian understood what to say and what not to say. Don't worry, you are also counted as one of our 3 clans. As long as you want, you may go to whichever place to cultivate. Lord Six Desires can't stop you. Lord Yi continued to advocate, but Yi Futian remained unmoved. In fact, he seemed quite uninterested. To Yi Futian, there was no difference between going to Yema Heaven and staying at Six Desires' heavenly palace. In any of those places, he would be under their control and placed under house arrest. Yi Futian understood very well what all of them were after. I appreciate my lord's kindness. Yi Futian continued to respond calmly without much emotion. Lord Yi didn't say anything more, but continued via voice transmission instead. I know you are under the coercion of Lord Six Desires, but you can see from the situation today that the 3 of us have an absolute advantage against Lord Six Desires. As long as you are willing to comply with our wishes, we will take you away from here. Furthermore, we have no malice against you, and we will not harm you. Lord Six Desires, on the other hand, will most likely end you once you've given him what he wants. Elder, I am already under the tutelage of Six Desires' heavenly palace, so Lord Six Desires will not do me harm, Yi Futian responded via voice transmission. Lord Yi stared into his eyes and transmitted. If this is the case, then you, too, are also under our tutelage. Pass on the method you have cultivated to us 3, and we will see if we can comprehend it and give you some pointers. It was rumored that Lord Six Desires had obtained the divine method from Yi Futian. As Yi Futian had been under house arrest for many days, presumably this was true. No way Lord Six Desires would not covet the divine method in Yi Futian's possession, so they too wanted to have a chance to cultivate it as well. I must ask your forgiveness in this matter, Elder. Yi Futian refused through voice transmission. Lord Yi frowned. An indistinct coercion was released from his body and descended upon Yi Futian. I hope Elder can understand the difficulties I'm facing. Yi Futian continued to communicate via voice transmission. Lord Yi responded with a disapproving snort. Then a cold and indifferent voice said, Lord Yi, what do you think you are doing? Are you threatening this young man in secret? You said that you want Yi Futian to cultivate with you, but this is how you are treating him? The person who spoke at this time was none other than Lord Six Desires. Lord Yi glanced at Yi Futian with cold eyes, but soon left in a huff. However, he could sense that Yi Futian was deeply wary of Lord Six Desires. Therefore, he acted with extreme caution. Yi Futian, Lord Yi has told me about you. If you want, the 3 of us can help you get out of this jam. A voice landed on Yangshin Mountain, entering Yi Futian's ears. This time the person who was speaking was Lord Liberty. Obviously, Lord Yi had had a talk with him, so Lord Liberty was now trying to persuade him, seeking to alter Yi Futian's mind. I am afraid I don't deserve such consideration, Yi Futian continued, but it's true that I have no intention of leaving for the time being. Lord Liberty raised his brows slightly. It seemed that Yi Futian was still unwilling to take the chance. What is it that you want? Another voice now came into his ears. It was Lord Initial Zen who had spoke. The voice of Lord Initial Zen seemed to ooze a magical power as he was speaking to Yi Futian. You killed great Elder Matian and are now trapped inside the Six Desires' heavenly palace. I know this was done against your will. You may speak freely about what you want with us. Yi Futian was somewhat moved at this gesture, but soon he composed himself again and responded, I have nothing to ask for now. Think about it first and find me later. Lord Initial Zen's voice was like the sound of Zen, which was extremely mesmerizing to those who heard him. Thank you, my lord, Yi Futian responded, but he was secretly alarmed. Among these 4 cultivators, only Lord Initial Zen was a Buddhist cultivator. Furthermore, judging from the actions of these people, Lord Initial Zen might be the one who posed the greatest threat to him. Of course, he would not easily trust anyone here. In the blink of an eye, a few more days passed by. On this day, another group of people descended from the sky and came to Six Desires' heavenly palace. This group of people had unusual and extraordinary temperaments. Upon their arrival, even the eyes of Lord Six Desires looked a little grave. Sitting there, he looked at the visitors and said, "You have come from afar. Please enter the heavenly palace for a respite." "There is no need." The cultivator in the lead was also someone who had survived the divine tribulation of the great path. He glanced at the divine body below, then said, "Saint Chin-chan asked us to bring you a message. We heard that there is a divine body obtained by Six Desires' heavenly palace. You may comprehend it for a period of time here, but after 3 months you must transport the divine body to Jinshan Hall." The eyes of Lord Six Desires and the other 3 cultivators narrowed slightly, and there was disquiet in their hearts. Even Saint Chin-chan was meddling in their business now. Sure enough, even someone at Saint Chin-chan's level wanted to witness something like the divine body. These emissaries were sent to let them know that they had only 3 months before they had to surrender the divine body. They were well acquainted with the likes of Saint Chin-chan, although they were all existences who had survived the second divine tribulation of the great path. There was still a great chasm between their realms. Saint Chin-chan was one of the Buddhas of the West Heaven, the controlling principality of the Western world. The control he had over his territory was total and absolute. His cultivation was monstrous, and the forces within his control were most terrifying. Lord Six Desires and Saint Chin-chan may be technically in the same realm, but if they were to battle, Lord Six Desires would not be an able contender in the least. The emissaries did not bother to wait for Lord Six Desires to respond before they turned around and left. It was as if they were here to announce the instructions, and Lord Six Desires' consent was unnecessary. In the world of cultivation, this had always been the case. Futian, who was cultivating, heard it as well. It seemed that finally someone stronger was getting involved, and as a result, the pressure on Lord Six Desires would be greater. 3 more months! Lord Six Desires secretly exclaimed. He looked towards the divine body of Xinjia, the great emperor, urging even stronger willpower as if he was willing to try no matter the cost. He must control this divine body, and as long as he could control it with elevated strength, what more could Saint Chin-chan do to him? Clearly, the other 3 cultivators had heard the proclamation as well. Out of all of them, Lord Initial Zen was the calmest. He belonged to the Buddhist sect and came from the same clan as Saint Chin-chan. If he ever encountered Saint Chin-chan in person, he was obligated to address him as his senior brother. As time went by, on this day, the divine body unexpectedly revealed rays of divine light. It seemed that the divine power inside had been urged somehow and more was gathering. Lord Six Desires' divine consciousness frantically poured into it as the power of the great path invaded the divine body. This caused the divine body to roar and howl. Golden divine light surrounding heaven and the earth with astounding aura. The other 3 major cultivators narrowed their eyes as they beheld this sight. Their eyes became heavy and serious all at once as the coercion of the great path was being unleashed. At Yangshin Mountain, Futian closed his eyes, and a picture appeared in his mind. It was the picture before the Great Hall. Chapter 2440, Disaster. In front of the Great Hall at Six Desires' heavenly palace, the divine body roared. Just as Lord Six Desires directed his attention at the divine body, he saw the body of Xinjia, the great emperor Jia, suddenly flew straight towards him. Humph! The other 3 lords opened their eyes and looked at Lord Six Desires. They didn't expect Lord Six Desires would comprehend the body first. The sound of the Buddha reverberated, resounding through the void between heaven and earth. It shook those who heard it to their core. An enormous golden Buddhist handprint appeared in the void, which then buckled down over the space occupied by the divine body of Xinjia, the Great Emperor, preventing the divine body from moving towards Lord Six Desires. Previously, all four of them had been comprehending the divine body here, but since none of them received any enlightenment, a certain delicate balance had been maintained among them. However, now it appeared that Lord Six Desires might be on the verge of comprehending the divine body, thus resonating with it. He might even take control of it. At a time like this, they couldn't remain as tranquil as they had been. They must take action immediately. Lord Six Desires was no longer holding back either. His palms trembled in the air, and suddenly the space seemed to be filled with crazy explosions. Some fist aurora burst through the air and blasted on that golden Buddhist handprint, splitting it open. At the same time, Lord Yi and Lord Liberty both made their moves as well. Suddenly, a terrifying dark space appeared in front of Lord Six Desires, filled with petrifying black vortices. A black divine halberd descended above his head, trailed by a wave of horrific destruction from above the firmament. Behind Lord Liberty, a gigantic divine shadow appeared, and a large palm slammed down. It covered the sky and the sun, overwhelming that corner of the world. The three great cultivators attacked at the same time. Lord Six Desires was surrounded by divine light, which had turned into a terrifying golden halo, forming a passive defense. Everything around him was in a state of topsy-turvy, as the ground below was quacking and crumbling. Above the sky, the dark halberd of destruction appeared inside the storming vortices, descended with pitch-black lightning. A terrifying phantom, like a deity in the night, appeared as a god of ultimate destruction in the void. The divine halberd slammed down in a second and blasted on the golden light screen, cracking the defense put up by Lord Six Desires. The terrible lightning wandered on the light screen as the surrounding space seemed on the brink of total destruction. However, the space of the Western world was far more stable than the one in the original realm and the divine prefecture, so the fissures didn't extend far. But the Six Desires' heavenly palace was in bad shape. When the storm was sweeping through the surroundings, chasms opened up in the ground. Many of the buildings collapsed. The cultivators of the Six Desires' heavenly palace had already retreated frantically at the beginning of the battle. They knew that participation in a clash at this level would spell certain death. They had absolutely no way to intervene. "The three of you are overstepping," Lord Six Desires said as he slowly stood up. The golden storm that surrounded him became more frightening as he stood there like a heavenly deity. But the three of them didn't bother to listen to what Lord Six Desires had to say. They rolled towards the divine body of Xinjia, the Great Emperor, with the power of the Great Path, forcing the divine body to float in their direction. They would not allow Lord Six Desires to comprehend and control the divine body. Boom! But at this moment, an awesome golden divine light bloomed from the divine body, like thousands of runes as they launched an attack on the three cultivators. The three of them looked quite solemn as they surrounded their bodies with the divine light of the Great Path, protecting their bodies and spiritual souls from this invasion. They let out a cold snort, and their eyes refocused on Lord Six Desires. It seemed that Lord Six Desires, who had been tied up by the attacks, was not giving up just yet. He was still attempting to control the divine body to fight them. "What should we do?" Lord Yi asked the other two via voice transmission, clearly seeking to discuss a solution regarding Lord Six Desires. Now that they were in an all-out confrontation, they had created a shared enemy. More importantly, Lord Six Desires seemed to be able to communicate and control the divine body of Xinjia, the Great Emperor, and that was a big concern for them. If they stopped here today, Lord Six Desires would surely retaliate later. "Kill." A chilling word entered the ears of the other two, and the one who spoke was Lord Initial Zen. When he uttered the word, his voice was calm, his face peaceful and benevolent. The Buddha's light lingered around him, but he was the most decisive. "That's right. Make sure there will be no future trouble. Lord Liberty agreed when he heard the word. All three of them were peak figures who had survived the second divine tribulation of the Great Path, and it was their nature to be so determined. Since they had already decided to do this, they would not hesitate or leave him a way out. In a short period of time, they had decided on killing Appear, the most powerful cultivator of 6 Desires Heaven. Very well, Lord Yi replied, and the three of them immediately reached an agreement. In an instant, a horrific murderous intent swept through the entire 6 Desires Heavenly Palace, and even the entire Divine Mountain was shrouded within. Meanwhile, that strong murderous intent was still diffusing from it. The expressions on the cultivators' faces in 6 Desire Heavenly Palace revealed sudden panic, as they all detected the murderous intent from the 3 cultivators. If the altercation before was only a tentative probing, now it was more than obvious that they were joining forces to annihilate Lord 6 Desires. For the sake of the divine body, these top figures would do anything to take out a heavenly lord. Of course, there was another advantage if Lord 6 Desires was dead, the possibility of keeping Yi Futian under their control. Lord 6 Desires naturally noticed the murderous intent coming from the 3 cultivators. His face suddenly changed. When he raised his head to look into the void, he saw that the sky above the 6 Desires Heavenly Palace was no longer the holy land that used to be surrounded by celestial mist. It was now covered with dark clouds of catastrophe, where black lightning of destruction flashed as they blast down on the Divine Mountain, creating cracks on the Divine Mountain. In that dark light of catastrophe, an elusive face appeared. It looked like the god of destruction. It was Yema Heaven's Lord Yi. This corner of heaven and earth had turned into an absolute realm, ruled by Lord Ye's destructive way. At the same time, in the other direction, a godlike figure appeared. It was none other than Lord Liberty. The Buddha's light lingered on the body of Lord Initial Zen as an ancient Buddha phantom appeared behind him. It was so boundlessly massive that it shielded the sky and obscured the sun. A glow began blooming in the darkness. The auras of each of the 3 great cultivators were breathtaking. Under this terrifying storm, all the cultivators on the mountain were appalled. This place, which was once the most powerful holy land of 6 Desires Heaven, seemed to have turned into hell in but a moment's time. Even the 6 Desires Heavenly Palace was in the process of crumbling and disintegrating. These 3 great cultivators had steeled themselves in their resolve and no longer held back. You 3 are so heartless. What are you going to do with me today? The matter had gotten out of hand, and Lord 6 Desires had no more fear as an overwhelming momentum swept at his 3 opponents. He regarded them with an extremely frosty look in his eyes. He didn't expect that just when he had comprehended a trace of this divine body, he would be met with such overwhelming backlash. Vaguely, he felt that there was something very wrong with the turn of events. How could such little comprehension cause the divine body to have such a disproportionate reaction? But there was no time for him to think things through. Yangshin Mountain, where Yi Futian was located, was also in the midst of disintegration and destruction. Above the ancient peak, Yi Futian got up and watched everything decay beneath his feet. He suspended his body in the air and looked into the far distance. There was an unmistakable chill in those eyes. Lord 6 Desires had detained him here, wanting to control his life and the divine body. So now let him have it. Chapter 2441 War. More and more cultivators gradually appeared on the outskirts of 6 Desires Mountains. They watched the horrifying scene that covered the entire Divine Mountain from a distance away as their hearts trembled violently. These people were all cultivators from 6 Desires Heaven. The commotion on the Divine Mountain shocked the Renhuangs. Many of them rushed over here, and they witnessed this battle. What was happening? The hearts of many people quavered. Their gazes were dead, fixed on the battle. They felt as though the sky was collapsing and the earth would be split apart. The Divine Mountain is about to crumble, someone said. The divine mountain, which floated in the sky, cracked and broke into pieces. The pieces plummeted down and became ruins. The highest holy land that towered in Six Desires heaven had been flattened during the battle. Rumor has it that the Lord can find an extraordinary cultivator who possessed a divine body. Lord Yama, Lord Liberty, and Lord Initial Zen rushed over to the Six Desires heavenly palace upon hearing the news. Most likely, they are attacking Lord Six Desires, someone said. The cultivators could not see what was happening on the divine mountain. The region was sealed off by a domain of the Great Path. The independent space overflowed with destructive power. After a period of time, the sound of an explosion could be heard. A terrifying storm stirred up and spread toward the surroundings. Retreat quickly. The facial expression of the cultivators changed drastically as they nimbly retreated backward. The storm swept over them, and many of them were sent flying by the shock waves. They spat out mouthfuls of blood. Even though they had tried to keep far away from the sealed-off domain of the Great Path, they were still affected by the residue shock waves of the battle. However, even after the cultivators regained their composure, they did not take their eyes away from the battlefield. All of them were eager to witness the war that was happening inside the domain. The divine mountain no longer existed. It had fallen apart during the battle and was completely destroyed. This caused everyone's hearts to skip a beat. Had the Six Desires heavenly palace been reduced to ruins, just like that? A top force, such as the Six Desires heavenly palace, occupied a vast territory in the divine mountain. Its size was akin to that of a town. However, it had been flattened in the blink of an eye. One could imagine how vicious the battle was. Most likely many members of the Six Desires heavenly palace had perished. In the center of the battlefield, there were 4 cultivators standing. The cultivator who stood in the middle unleashed his aura without restraint. His killing intent was burning. His eyes were ablaze with rage. The cultivator was none other than Lord Six Desires. As for the other 3 powerful cultivators, they actually surrounded Lord Six Desires. They stood at 3 points around him. Each of them released astonishing might that pressed down on him. The battle had already reached this point. The Six Desires heavenly palace had also been annihilated. Many cultivators of the Six Desires heavenly palace had been killed. Things had already escalated to this point. It was impossible to want to make peace now. If they let Lord Six Desires escape, he would be a huge liability. Right now, rage fumed inside Lord Six Desires. He naturally knew what these 3 cultivators wanted to do. The other party had gone all out to eradicate him. They wanted to eliminate him here to prevent future trouble. Buzz. The wind and clouds in the sky churned angrily. The Great Path was howling. Divine halos shone. An illusory figure of the god of liberty appeared, shielding the sun and towering over everything else. It enveloped the vast space as though the entire region had transformed into the domain of liberty. When the god put his palms together to form a seal, 108,000 gigantic palms materialized in the sky above. The palms stacked together, and it was an impressive sight to behold. Lord Six Desires, you can only blame yourself for being ignorant of the current state of affairs, said Lord Liberty. Then 108,000 gigantic palms plummeted all at once. The space was on the verge of collapsing as it shook frenziedly. The palms overwhelmed the sky as they blasted towards Lord Six Desires. Rumble. A golden light screen, once again, appeared around Lord Six Desires. It seemed to be his domain. The golden light screen turned into an absolute region that contained a terrifying golden storm. Countless golden lightning flashed amidst the raging gale. When the palms of Lord Liberty approached Lord Six Desires, he raised his head and bellowed as he glared at the other party. Instead of shattering into pieces, the golden screen expanded toward the surroundings instantly. It was as though an explosion had occurred. An alarming golden storm swept across the sky. The scene was akin to a real divine tribulation. The storm charged toward the 108,000 gigantic palms. Everywhere the storm passed, the palms were instantly sliced and crushed. It was as though no other power of the great path could coexist with the storm. Buzz! The destructive golden storm scoured the battlefield and expanded outward, trapping all three major cultivators in it. This caused the entire space to become the domain of Lord Six Desires. When faced with such a horrifying storm, even Lord Liberty had to take a few steps back. "It looks like he has gone mad," commented Lord Yi as he looked at the scene below. Endless divine light shot out from the body of Lord Six Desires. Every beam of divine light was connected with the light screen, demonstrating his dominance over his domain. When Lord Yi and the others saw this, they understood that Lord Six Desires was using all his power to resist their attacks. He had become one with his domain. This was a trick that was unique to the cultivators who had survived the divine tribulations of the Great Path. However, once his domain was destroyed, Lord Six Desires would suffer painful consequences. The mildest outcome would damage his Great Path. His cultivation might be lowered due to it. Of course, he would most likely perish here if he didn't make it out alive. Therefore, he couldn't be concerned with other matters such as his cultivation. Rumble! Yet another frightening sound thundered. Lord Yi had attacked. A destructive black hole appeared in the sky above. From within it, a halberd materialized. It directly pierced the space and charged toward where Lord Six Desires was. As the halberd blasted down, a myriad of halberd shadows flashed. All the halberd shadows slashed downward simultaneously. The violent light of catastrophe destroyed everything in its path. However, right at this moment, the golden divine lights, which connected Lord Six Desires and the sky, took the form of divine trees. Vines and leaves sprouted out and wrapped around the halberds. Countless halberds were blocked. Only the strongest halberd that split the sky cleaved through the golden branches and continued crashing down toward Lord Six Desires. When he saw this attack coming, Lord Six Desires seemed to become divine light. Countless bolts of golden lightning burst forth and shot up toward the halberd that was crashing down. Lord Six Desires pointed at the sky, and his body collided with the halberd. The halberd was formed from the great path, and his body was similarly formed from a powerful way. When his finger and the halberd clashed, Lord Six Desires' figure also appeared beneath the halberd. The destructive storm grew stronger and swept out toward the surrounding regions. The cultivators from the outside world saw countless destructive beams of golden light of catastrophe sweeping out all around them. No one could withstand such terrifying aftershocks. "Lord Six Desires, you have run out of luck," said Lord Yi. Lord Initial Zen had yet to attack. Among the three of them, Lord Initial Zen was still in peak condition right now. Lord Six Desires would not walk away from this battle alive. On the battlefield, Yi Futian was also present. Divine light circled around him, preventing his body from being destroyed. Around him, the faint light of Buddha appeared. He revealed a strange look as he glanced at Lord Initial Zen in the distance. Even now, Lord Initial Zen still remembered to protect Yi Futian. Things were not going well for Lord Six Desires. Chapter 2442, Mutual Betrayal. Lord Liberty and Lord Yi unleashed even greater power of the Great Path. The illusory figure of the god which stood behind Lord Liberty sent out another palm strike. The gigantic palm crushed the heavens. Dull, rumbling sounds thundered. It was as though the sky was collapsing. Far away, on the ground of the region where the attack was sent out, gigantic palm marks appeared. The ground sank. The scene was shocking to behold. If anyone were standing in that region, they would have been crushed to death. Lord Yi did not stop attacking either. The destructive storm intensified. Halberds surged into Lord Six Desires' domain of the Great Path, intending to pierce his body. Under the ferocious attacks of two great cultivators, Lord Six Desires could no longer escape unscathed. "You bullies have gone too far," barked Lord Six Desires coldly. As he said this, his body turned into a body of the great path. Divine light dazzled around him. It was as though his body was no longer made of flesh. Instead, it was made of the way. His body was translucent, and golden divine light radiated from within it. His body expanded quickly. As Lord Six Desires grew larger, his body resonated with his domain in the sky. "Since you have acted so presumptuously, pay the price for your actions." Lord Six Desires uttered these words coldly. A beam of divine light shot up to the heavens and swept across space. The next moment, an unparalleled divine halo burst forth from Lord Six Desires' body. An enormous, illusory figure, which was akin to a god, appeared and merged with the domain. The presence of the god could be sensed in every corner of this space. Golden destructive vines and leaves extended outwards and enshrouded the space. Lord Liberty and Lord Yi were also swathed by vines and leaves. Their facial expressions turned somewhat ugly as they looked at Lord Six Desires. This fellow had gone berserk. The destructive divine light invaded where they stood. The branches that spread out curled towards them, even towards the gigantic divine illusory figure. They seemed to want to consume them in this domain of the great path. "Lord Initial Zen, destroy his original body," said Lord Yi. They clashed directly with Lord Six Desires and were now restraining each other. It was difficult for them to pull themselves away. Only Lord Initial Zen was still in peak condition and was not entangled in Lord Six Desires' attack. He could still make his move. Lord Six Desires had already gone mad. He was attacking them without restraint. All his attacks were mutually destructive. If Lord Initial Zen were to attack now, he only needed to attack Lord Six Desires' original body and shatter it to kill him. Their chances of victory were extremely high. After all, they were three lords joining forces. It would not be a surprise for them to be able to kill Lord Six Desires. It was now time for the decisive victory. Lord Initial Zen's body shone with divine light. The golden light of Buddha was dazzling. An astonishing pressure was faintly emanating from him. However, he stood there motionlessly, seemingly having no intention of attacking. This scene stunned Lord Yi and Lord Liberty. "Lord Initial Zen, what are you waiting for? Kill him to prevent future trouble," Lord Liberty shouted. Lord Six Desires' attack of the great path had already entangled his divine illusory figure. The destructive light of the catastrophe that was at its peak was spreading towards him. This was the best time to kill Lord Six Desires. If Lord Initial Zen did not attack him now, the two lords might be in trouble. Lord Six Desires already disregarded all consequences. However, after hearing Lord Liberty's words, Lord Initial Zen still showed no signs of wanting to attack. He just stood there. This caused Lord Liberty and Lord Yi to feel uneasy. Their facial expressions suddenly became exceptionally ugly. They clearly realized what was going on. Lord Initial Zen did not intend to attack. He was doing this intentionally. No wonder Lord Initial Zen had not truly attacked all this well. He had actually intentionally done so to backstab them. If the three of them were all gravely injured, who would swoop in to reap the benefits? Lord Initial Zen was also from a Buddhist sect and was in the same sect as Saint Jinshan. Even if Lord Six Desires escaped, among the three of them, the one who worried the least about Lord Six Desires seeking revenge against him was also Lord Initial Zen. When they thought of this, the two of them felt regret for being so careless. They initially thought that there would be no issues with the three of them joining forces to kill Lord Six Desires. Yet, they never imagined that Lord Initial Zen would actually stab them in the back at a time like this. "Lord Six Desires, why don't we all stop attacking at the same time?" Lord Yi suggested decisively. Since Lord Initial Zen betrayed him and Lord Liberty, then he would give up. He would rather forsake the mission than let Lord Initial Zen's scheme come to fruition. "All right, both of you, stop first," said Lord Six Desires. Lord Yi was hesitant to stop attacking first, but Lord Six Desires was in a state of self-defense. Unless Lord Yi and Lord Liberty ceased attacking, it was impossible for the latter to remove his domain first. Lord Six Desires' request was founded. Lord Yi communicated with Lord Liberty through transmitted thought. Then, the power of the great path exerted by the two of them gradually lessened. They seemed to be withdrawing their attacks, slowly. When Lord Six Desires sensed this, he stopped attacking them too. However, he did not retract his domain. Right at this moment, an overwhelming might suddenly burst forth. Endless golden lights of catastrophe pierced the space and charged towards Lord Liberty and Lord Yi. At the same time, Lord Yi and Lord Liberty also let out a roar. Their bodies transformed into way, destroying everything that came in their path. Both parties actually happened to launch an attack at the same time. Clearly, they were wary of the other party and had no intention of giving up the battle at all. They intended to first lower the guard of the other party before they struck a killing blow. After they experienced the betrayal of Lord Initial Zen, how could they possibly trust each other? All three of them plotted to strike and kill the other party first. Standing at the side, Lord Initial Zen quietly observed everything that was happening. The three strong cultivators delivered their strongest blows simultaneously. Destructive divine light spread out, forming a halo in the sky. The ring expanded outwards towards the vast space. Far away from the battlefield, many cultivators on the ground saw the destructive halo. They could sense the menacing auras brewing all the way on the battlefield. Their hearts trembled violently. How scary was that blow? Yi Futian's body was protected by the light of Buddha, but he was still sent flying backward by the shock wave. His divine body shook, and he was pushed back a great distance. He was no longer in the region where the Six Desires' heavenly palace used to be. After the destructive divine light dissipated, when Yi Futian looked over in their direction once again, Lord Liberty, Lord Yi, as well as Lord Six Desires appeared in 3 different locations. All 3 of them were gravely injured. Powerful figures, such as Lord Liberty and Lord Yi, were actually dyed red in blood. Their auras were weak. Golden destructive divine light circled around their bodies. It seemed that it was still destroying their bodies and spiritual souls. They had suffered severe injuries. Of course, Lord Six Desires was equally injured. Right now he was extremely frail. His current aura paled in comparison with his aura at peak condition. His body was slightly bent over, and he was not standing straight. Blood oozed out from the corner of his mouth. His spiritual soul was damaged, and his ability was drastically weakened. When Yi Futian saw this scene, his heart stirred. He did not know how much of Lord Six Desires' ability was left. However, he had paid the price. Currently, among the 4 powerful cultivators, only Lord Initial Zen was still at peak condition. He had been observing on the sidelines and had not participated in the battle. After the destructive light halo dissipated, he stood amidst the light of Buddha. The golden light of Buddha shone and was dazzling beyond comparison. At the moment, Lord Initial Zen would be the person to decide everything. Chapter 2443. Fight to the Death. Lord Initial Zen clasped his hands together and evoked the name of Buddha. The sound of Buddha reverberated and resounded throughout the void as the golden light of Buddha shrouded the infinite space. In an instant, the light of Buddha was shining all over this world. Land within a radius of thousands of miles was under this light. A golden light screen appeared between heaven and earth, as if setting up a domain of its own. Lord Initial Zen, who had not made a move until now, finally took action. For a time, the other 3 lords felt a coldness growing inside of them. Lord Yi was the most powerful person in Yama Heaven, and Lord Liberty, too, was the most powerful figure of Liberty Heaven. They were both high and mighty existences that reigned above all living beings. However, at this moment, they felt nothing but remorse. If they had been more cautious, perhaps all this could be avoided. Everything they had done had paved the way for one man. Now, Lord Initial Zen was in a position to do whatever he wanted. Who else could stop him? Lord Six Desires was full of hatred, but there was some satisfaction as well. He felt the pleasure of taking revenge against Lord Yi and Lord Liberty. Both of them were in the same position as he. Initial Zen, you and I have never had any grievances. I can let go of all that had happened today, and you can have Yi Futian as well as the divine body. I will leave here and forget everything that happened. In the future, I will not do anything. With your strength and connections, you have no need to care about the likes of me. Lord Six Desire admittedly had been impulsive before, but now that he was grievously injured, he calmed down, and his instinct to survive kicked in. The hope was to leave here alive. As long as he could leave here, then there was still hope for everything. Lord Initial Zen glanced at him, still surrounded by the light of Buddha. As he drifted forward, he had a peaceful smile at the corner of his mouth. There are indeed no grievances between you and me, he said. However, since the matter has escalated to this point, why would I let you go? Such benevolent voice sent Lord Six Desires chills up and down his spine. When he looked at Lord Initial Zen, a faint sense of panic now filled his heart. Could Initial Zen be so ruthless that he really wanted to end him today? Lord Initial Zen was different from Lord Liberty and Lord Yi. He had an extensive background and had no fear regarding retribution. Even Saint Jinchan was technically his senior brother and would let him off the hook. Six Desires, you have always prided yourself on your cleverness, but you have made the wrong decision at every turn. Do you know what the biggest mistake you made today was? Lord Initial Zen asked. Lord Six Desires looked at him, completely taken aback. At a time like this, Lord Initial Zen had the presence of mind to chat with him in leisure. What kind of mistake had he made today? How did Great Elder Matian die? Lord Initial Zen looked at him and asked. He never fought Yi Futian. How could you be so careless? With all four of us here, how dare you comprehend the mystery of the divine body? I didn't comprehend the mystery of the divine body, not all of it, just a little bit. If I had really comprehended all of it, would I show it? Lord Six Desires retorted. He realized something was amiss before, but now Lord Initial Zen's words reminded him of another possibility, and the look on his face was becoming more unsightly. That's why I said that you are being stupid. You didn't really comprehend the body at all, but you thought you did, even just a little bit. What you didn't know was that someone had deliberately aided you in sending you on your way to death. Not only did you not realize it, but you reveled in your greed instead. Lord Initial Zen continued. Lord Six Desires felt a chill in his heart. He turned his gaze to a direction far away where Yi Futian was. He guessed what the answer would be. He had been fighting and had no time to think before, but everything became clear to him as soon as Lord Initial Zen spoke. Both Lord Yi and Lord Liberty glanced at Yi Futian in the distance, wondering what had happened. Yi Futian was a little surprised when he heard Lord Initial Zen's words. He didn't expect the first person who saw through the ploy would be Lord Initial Zen. Yi Futian had suspected that Lord Initial Zen was the most dangerous. He had been right about that. Lord Initial Zen looked at Lord Six Desires, the divine light still lingering. He continued, Six Desires, I must thank you since none of this would have been possible without you. After you die, I will take care of our young friend for you. Initial Zen, we are both cultivators in the Western world, and it was not easy for us to cultivate to the state we are in today. Why can't you just let me go? Lord Six Desires said as he looked at the Lord Initial Zen, seeking a way to stay alive. Since you can be killed or let go, why would I let you go? You have cultivated to this state. Can't you understand this? Lord Initial Zen replied simply and clearly. Since they had already become enemies, he was a hidden threat. Nothing would persuade Lord Initial Zen otherwise. If Lord Six Desires had the opportunity to kill him, he most certainly would not pass it up. As soon as his words fell, a strong, murderous intent shot from his eyes, and a terrifying aura erupted from him. A gigantic Buddha appeared above the sky, sheltering the sky and the sun. Lord Six Desires stared at that massive body of the Buddha, and a hint of hatred flashed through his eyes. Compared to Yi Futian's plotting, he hated Lord Initial Zen more. After all, he was the one who kept Yi Futian here first, so it was completely within his expectation for Yi Futian to plot against him for his own survival. Lord Initial Zen had not only plotted against him, but he also demanded his life, refusing to let him go. Naturally, he hated him even more. Today, would he die here? In his current state, facing Lord Initial Zen, who was in his peak form, chances were good that Lord Six Desires was unlikely to live to see another day. At this moment, a voice was transmitted into Lord Six Desires' ears. His heart trembled. At this moment between life and death, why are you still hesitating? Suddenly, a H&T of decisiveness flashed through Lord Six Desires' eyes. The golden divine light was shining, going toward another direction. At this moment, the divine body of Xinjia, the great emperor, appeared from nowhere, and a golden divine light was pouring into it madly. Finally, something managed to disturb Lord Initial Zen's serenity. Lord Six Desires' soul was now entering the body of Xinjia, the great emperor. What was this going to accomplish? "Do you want to die?" asked an indifferent voice. Just as Lord Initial Zen moved toward Lord Six Desires, the gigantic handprint of Buddhism directly blasted on the body, causing it to collapse immediately. It was pulverized under that terrifying attack. "That's nuts!" When Lord Yi and Lord Liberty witnessed this scene, their hearts trembled violently. If Lord Six Desires appeared crazy when he was dealing with them before, then he was completely insane at this moment and did not leave any way out for himself. Although individuals at their level could separate spiritual souls from bodies and may even remain strong, the fact remained that without a body, the spiritual soul had nowhere to return to. It would exist just like a lonely, wandering ghost. Even if there were the means of walk-in, the body that was hijacked might not be fitting. Lord Six Desires had to make this choice because he was driven into desperation. Lord Initial Zen refused to let him go and wanted to kill him. Lord Six Desires had no choice. If he didn't go to the extreme, the only thing that awaited him was death. Just as they thought, Lord Six Desires made a decision almost instantly after receiving Yi Futian's transmission. He had no choice, really. Either he would be killed outright or give up his physical body and seize the chance to avenge himself. Because his hatred was great, this choice had not been difficult at all. He had forsaken his body of flesh. Chapter 2444. Battling Initial Zen. What's happening? Lord Initial Zen was a little baffled. Was Lord Six Desires mad enough to abandon his physical body and allowed his spiritual soul to enter the body of Xinjia, the great emperor? But what was the point? Lord Six Desires had not comprehended the divine body. Therefore, he had no ability to control the divine body of Xinjia, the great emperor. Unless, as Lord Initial Zen considered another possibility, he immediately glanced in the direction of Yi Futian, who was far in the distance. Could he have accomplished this? Instructing Lord Six Desires to control the divine body of Xinjia, the great emperor. In other words, he was using the spiritual soul of Lord Six Desires to unleash the power in the divine body of Xinjia, the great emperor. This was the only possible explanation for Lord Six Desires' steely resolve to abandon his own physical form so readily just for the opportunity of an all-out battle to the death. Boom! Lord Initial Zen had a thought, and suddenly the Buddha that stood between heaven and earth blasted its palm prints downward. These golden palm prints were endless, sheltering the sky and the sun. That giant Buddha palm print in the middle, especially, was boundless and enormous. It directly slammed toward the divine body of Xinjia, the great emperor. But at this time a most dreadful light exploded from the divine body of Xinjia, the great emperor. Countless runes flew out as the power of path obliteration swept through this corner of the sky. The divine body of the great emperor raised his hand and pointed ahead, countering the giant palm print that was blasting down. Numerous golden lights of destruction fell on the giant palm prints, containing the power of path obliteration, penetrating the palm prints readily. Soon, these gigantic palm prints began to pulverize like crazy. Even the palm prints that fell in the surrounding areas were destroyed by the blooming golden divine light. Lord Initial Zen regarded the sight in front of him with alarm. His attention was fixed on the divine body as he asked, "Are you Yi Futian, or are you Six Desires?" At this moment, who was in control of this divine body? In the distance, the golden divine light that had enveloped this corner of the sky suddenly descended in one specific direction. It was attacking Yi Futian's actual physical location. As long as Yi Futian was taken down, it didn't matter if the divine body was controlled by Yi Futian or Lord Six Desires. This battle was over. But almost at the same moment, golden runes surrounded Yi Futian's entire body. A stream of light flashed across the void, and Yi Futian's body appeared behind the divine body of Xinjia, the great emperor, protected by divine light to guard him against any potential attacks from his opponent. Lord Yi and Lord Liberty witnessed the sight in front of them. They secretly thought that had Lord Six Desires and Yi Futian joined hands earlier, and if Yi Futian told Lord Six Desires everything, perhaps Six Desires' body might have been preserved, and he would not have met such a miserable end. But the two sides were diametrically opposed, to begin with, each plotting against the other. Lord Six Desires had his own designs regarding Yi Futian, while Lord Initial Zen conspired against Lord Six Desires and the rest of them. But in the end, it seemed that Yi Futian was the ultimate schemer, as he had hatched a plan of his own. In the end, who would profit? Yi Futian closed his eyes as his spiritual soul also separated from his body to enter the body of Xinjia, the great emperor. The divine light of the great path continuously poured into the divine body like infinite branches and leaves. It integrated the body of Xinjia, the great emperor, and his own, as if combining the two into one. The aura blooming from the divine body of Xinjia, the great emperor, was becoming more terrifying. When his eyes opened, a world of runes appeared. In this world, it seemed to be occupied by nothing but endless runes. Even Lord Initial Zen and the phantom of the ancient Buddha could not escape it. At this moment, Lord Initial Zen felt a strong sense of threat. In this world of runes, he detected an aura of path obliteration. And those divine lights that came down seemed to have the ability to destroy all powers of the great path. Lord Initial Zen, looking solemn, clasped his hands in front of him. The massive figure of Buddha behind him projected infinite golden rays. In this world of the runes, the infinite light of Buddha radiated as the endless light gathered in the void, turning into a gigantic and boundless symbol of Wan. The symbol of Wan revolved in the void, and a wave of mighty coercion erupted from above. Endless radiance sprinkled down as boundless and heavy energy permeated between heaven and earth. Accompanied by the sound of Buddha, the rotating symbol of Wan continued pressing downwards, and countless rays of light attacked the divine body of Xinjia, the great emperor. However, the divine body also emitted incomparable divine light, turning into a golden light of catastrophe that could end all great paths. At the same time, countless runes turned into branches and leaves and continued to bloom upwards. That's the ability of Lord Six Desires. Lord Initial Zen sharpened his eyes when he saw this. Was Lord Six Desires the one controlling the body of Xinjia, the great emperor, after all? The body of Xinjia, the great emperor, seemed to be transformed into an ancient tree. and the branches and leaves were formed by those countless lights of catastrophe. It bloomed and grew until it had covered the entire sky. Then it fell on that oppressive Buddha symbol of Wan with a terrible thud. The symbol of Wan continued to press down. Its coercion was shocking and mighty, suppressing the world with unmatched prowess. Even the sky around them seemed to be on the verge of total collapse. With the descent of the runes, those branches and leaves, formed by the light of catastrophe, started to grow inside the runes and perpetrated within them. They seemed to have penetrated inside the symbol of Wan. Even as the divine seal fell downward, countless branches and leaves had gotten inside of it. The body of Xinjiao, the great emperor, pointed towards the sky, and in an instant, countless divine lights exploded within the symbol of Wan. This massive and incomparable rune that had shielded the sky began bursting like crazy, shattered into countless spots of light, then dissipating into nothingness. The power of path obliteration. Lord Initial Zen's heart trembled when he felt that power. He could clearly sense the power of path obliteration contained within the blows dealt by Xinjiao, the great emperor. It was something that could destroy all great paths. More importantly, this was done under the condition that Lord Six Desires may not have absolute control over the divine body of the great emperor. Lord Initial Zen understood that Six Desires might have only achieved this by leveraging Yi Futian's spiritual soul. Otherwise, if Lord Six Desires had comprehended and obtained full control of this divine body by himself, the power with which it could be exerted would definitely not be limited to this. It might have crushed him with ease. It seemed that his opponent was still acting under considerable restraints. Just as he was considering all the possibilities, endless runes appeared in the void once again. Each rune had turned into a halo of light, and each halo puffed out the light of catastrophe as if forming a sword. Lord Initial Zen could feel that the threat was getting greater by the moment. With each proficient maneuver of the divine body exercised by his opponent, he may soon be in danger. A quick battle was in order if he wanted to smash his opponent's spirit soul once and for all, while Lord Six Desires was not yet familiar with the command of the divine body. When his thought turned to this, Lord Initial Zen's countenance changed as he clasped his hands in front of him and closed his eyes. Suddenly, the light of Buddha beamed all over the space, and numerous Buddhas appeared between heaven and earth. In this vast space, these Buddhas emerged from nowhere, all of them acting synchronously as him, as their presence engulfed this entire space. The sound of Buddha lingered, resounding throughout the world, and it was an extremely uncomfortable feeling. Lord Yi and Lord Liberty both felt a painful tingling in their minds as their spiritual souls quaked. They had some difficulties maintaining their balance. This was the Buddhist supreme offensive technique, way of the sonic wave, which could eradicate someone's spiritual soul outright. The prowess of this sound could attack the spiritual souls even within the divine body of Xinjiao, the great emperor. Chapter 2445, Murderous Intent. Boom! Drowned by the attacks of the sonic waves, the body of Xinjiao, the great emperor, was knocked back a few steps, somewhat shaken. Watching what was happening gave Lord Initial Zen a cold satisfaction inside. These two were using their spiritual souls to control the divine body. Therefore, the spiritual souls were an obvious weak point. As soon as their spiritual souls were eliminated, this battle would be over. Lord Initial Zen's eyes closed as the light of Buddha burned fervently. The great path sound of Buddha lingered, resounding through heaven and earth. The power of the sonic waves continued to sweep towards the divine body. But at this moment, Xinjiao, the great emperor, managed to stabilize himself, and an even more dazzling divine light bloomed from the divine body. Infinite runes swept across this space, accompanied by the release of countless radiance. Even the power of that invisible sonic waves was being weakened. The sonic waves' attack was invisible and left no trace, but it was definitely weakening under the divine light. It was gradually being suppressed and destroyed bit by bit. The sonic waves continued getting weaker. The vast world was full of divine light radiated from the divine body. Path obliteration can obliterate all great paths. In its domain, no other powers of the great path are allowed. Lord Yi and Lord Liberty had sensed the true meaning hidden within this destructive attack, and their hearts palpitated as they watched. Furthermore, the power that erupted from the body of Xinjia, the great emperor, was clearly becoming stronger. If this were to continue, Lord Initial Zen was very likely to, as soon as Lord Initial Zen thought he had discovered his opponent's weak point, his great path sonic waves attack disintegrated. He couldn't help but began to worry. The power that was erupting from the divine body of Xinjia, the great emperor, was nearly invincible because it could annihilate any great paths. According to rumors, Xinjia, the great emperor, sought to contend with the heavenly path in ancient times. If the attacking power of Xinjia, the great emperor, was a kind of great path, then it could be a power much higher than theirs, so it was daring enough to compete with the heavenly path. This kind of power was nearly incomprehensible by the likes of them. Obviously, Yi Futian and Lord Six Desire's control over the divine body was getting stronger. Buzz. At this moment, a string of golden Buddhist beads appeared in Lord Initial Zen's hands. A horrific aura bloomed above the beads. There were 108 beads altogether, and each of the beads released a different kind of powerful aura, all of which stemmed from Buddhism. The power of the great path madly poured into the Buddhist beads. Then Lord Initial Zen waved his hand, and beads flew out, only to reappear in the sky above the divine body of Xinjia, the great emperor. It was expanding continuously, turning into a massive halo, emitting the light of Buddha as far as the eye could see. An extremely holy Buddhist divine glory sprinkled down from the void. Lord Initial Zen clasped his hands together in utmost piety. The power of the great path above the divine body rushed into the Buddhist beads with madness, and suddenly all 108 Buddhist beads burst open, turning into 108 sets of Buddhas. All 108 Buddhas then united into one body. Above the firmament, the sound of Buddha lingered as a horrific aura diffused from each and every Buddha. The auras of all 108 Buddhas descended at the same time. Its collective might was enough to overpower the heavens. Clang! Voices came out as all 108 Buddhas moved in unison. The giant handprints blasted down, crushing the void, and suddenly countless symbols of one appeared. They slammed down on the divine body of Xinjia, the great emperor, at the same time as frightening rumbling could be heard. The entire space seemed on the verge of collapse. Xinjia, the great emperor, raised his head slightly and looked at the Buddhas in the sky. From within the divine body, even more branches and leaves now bloomed. There was a divine light surrounding the body of Xinjia, the great emperor, as a massive golden lotus could be seen faintly. Branches and leaves seemed to grow out of the golden lotus. This golden lotus first opened up with 6 petals, then 6 turned into 36 petals, and continued like so in repetition, going round and round, moving towards the giant handprints that slammed down from the void in attack. The dreadful handprints and the symbols of Wan had all been blocked as if they were being swallowed by the golden lotus. What's more terrifying was that every golden lotus was conceived by the destructive light of catastrophe. The lotus was born between heaven and earth, intending to envelop the boundless space and swallow up all 108 Buddhas. 6 Desire Lotus. Lord Ye's heart was trembling when he saw the scene before him. This was Lord Six Desire's life spirit, hidden within his spiritual soul. And at this moment it was blooming, carrying the path obliteration power inside Xinjia, the great emperor. There was no telling how frightening it would be. The 6 Desires lotus was known for its ability to swallow the paths of all things and produce the catastrophe of destruction. The endless desires gave rise to endless lotuses. It seems that Lord Six Desires is really controlling the divine body of Xinjia, the great emperor. He is maneuvering it with more proficiency. Initial Zen is going to be in trouble, Lord Liberty said to Lord Yi via voice transmission, but the two could only watch on the sidelines. Both of them had been grievously injured and had no way to participate in the battle at the moment. All they could do was wait to die. More importantly, Lord Initial Zen was the one who set them up, so there was no way they would be participating in this battle. They were content to watch from the side, but a bit of worry troubled them both. Now, they probably wouldn't be able to get away, even if they wanted to. The legend had it that the 6 desires lotus contained endless desires. At this moment, endless lotus flowers were born, intending to swallow that 108 Buddhas. All 108 shadows of Buddha release a boundless and splendid light of Buddha. An even more majestic shadow of Buddha now appeared above the firmament, as if its head was pushing against the heavens as the feet were planted firmly on the ground. The feet stomped down without warning, wanting to smash the golden lotus. The golden lotus blossoms shattered and pulverized one by one. But the 6 desires lotus seemed to be born out of endless desires. Thus, as it died, it was reborn endlessly and forever until it shrouded all 108 Buddhas. Then it turned toward that enormous and incomparable shadow of Buddha to swallow it up next. In an instant, the 6 desire lotus that was born continuously submerged the entire sky. Then, a light of destruction bloomed from every golden lotus, so that all 108 Buddhas proceeded to explode and pulverize. Even that boundless, gigantic shadow of the Buddha was being eaten up little by little, then collapsed in total destruction. Pooh! Lord Initial Zen groaned as he spat out a mouthful of blood. The light of Buddha on his body dimmed considerably. His eyes looked towards the body of Xinjia, the great emperor. My friend, I was never malicious to you. Why should it be like this between us? Stop now, and you can name any conditions you want, he pleaded. Lord Initial Zen wanted to negotiate a truce. Yi Futian laughed coldly inside when he heard the others plead. Lord Initial Zen had a scheming heart. He had set up Lord Yi and Lord Liberty, wanting to kill Lord 6 Desires to avoid future trouble. It was still an unknown whether he would move against the other 2 lords. As for himself, if Lord 6 Desires died and he fell into the hands of Lord Initial Zen, his fate would be thousands of times worse. Lord Initial Zen would definitely keep him under tighter control than Lord 6 Desires ever had. Therefore, Yi Futian had planned accordingly and executed the plan as expected. He was lucky. He was right that Lord 6 Desires didn't hesitate when he was forced to face that impossible situation. Elder had misunderstood. It's not me who was doing all this, said a calm voice from Xinjia, the great emperor. It was light as a feather and carefree. It sounded as if nothing had anything to do with him, as if it were Lord 6 Desires who wanted to continue this fatal exchange. Surely my young friend is joking. How could he continue to control the divine body of the great emperor if you stopped? Lord Initial Zen continued. He knew very well that Lord 6 Desires could no longer turn back as his body no longer existed. No matter what, 6 Desires would want to kill him anyway. The only chance he had was to talk to Yi Futian. This time, Yi Futian didn't pay any attention to him. The divine light sparkled on Xinjia, the great emperor, as countless golden lotus flowers swallowed toward Lord Initial Zen. Chapter 2446. Unwilling to let go. Lord Initial Zen retreated quickly with incredible speed. However, above the firmament, those infinite runes seemed to transform into golden lotus flowers at this instant, swallowing up all the great paths. An enormous lotus flower of 6 desires bloomed and swallowing in the direction of Lord Initial Zen, including that gigantic Buddha behind him. My young friend, you already have no place to go in the land of divine prefecture. Do you want to be hunted endlessly in the Western world as well? Said Lord Initial Zen as mighty as ever, resounding between heaven and earth. Of course, I don't want that, Yi Futian thought. but there was nowhere for him to go at the moment. Ever since he came to the Western world, from Great Elder Matian to Lord Six Desires, and now Lord Initial Zen, they all had regarded him as prey or as treasure, something to take for themselves. This being the case, all he could do was to teach them a lesson and make them pay. In addition, it was not like he had another choice either. Even if he could let Lord Initial Zen go, would the other be able to reciprocate the courtesy? This possibility was highly unlikely. If Lord Initial Zen did not die in this battle, he would surely try to take him down and keep Yi Futian firmly in his hold. Who knew what that would be like? Therefore, killing him was the only way. The light of Buddha was burning fervently as a supreme power of Buddhism sprung from Lord Initial Zen. However, the infinite Six Desires golden lotus moved swiftly to swallow it up. In the golden lotus, Lord Initial Zen could see the elusive figure of Lord Six Desires, whose face was horribly distorted. Coupled with immense anger, he was coming to swallow him whole. In an instant, that enormous phantom of the Buddha began to collapse, followed by a chilling scream. Terrifying golden divine light bloomed like mad as Lord Initial Zen growled angrily inside the golden lotus. Then an image emerged in which many Buddhist cultivators seemed to have appeared. There seemed to be a sacred Buddhist mountain, and on a golden lotus seat was a figure bathed in the light of Buddha. Its appearance was extremely solemn and dignified. There was a holiness that was beyond description. "Senior brother, avenge me!" Lord Initial Zen howled. Then the image disappeared. The power of path obliteration raged wildly, destroying his body as well as his spiritual soul. Horrific aura rampaged in this space, and it didn't take long before the body of Lord Initial Zen dissipated into nothing. His soul and spirit dispersed as he died. He disappeared entirely between heaven and earth. He's dead. Someone with the status of a Buddhist lord had been slain, just like that. Moreover, he died at the hands of a youngster from Divine Prefecture. Lord Initial Zen had used those three great lords, his own peers, certain in his belief that he would be the ultimate winner. But in the end, he was tricked by Yi Futian. Yi Futian used the spiritual soul of Lord Six Desires to unleash an even stronger state of the divine body, causing it to burst with an unimaginable power of path obliteration. In any world, there would not be many existences at the same level as Lord Initial Zen. Both Lord Yi and Lord Liberty were greatly disturbed in their hearts. They had thought of many possibilities, but never the one in which the body of Lord of Six Desires was totally destroyed and ended with Lord Initial Zen's death. Furthermore, both of them were severely wounded, and their combat effectiveness had been greatly reduced. All this was so surreal. Only Yi Futian, after getting rid of the two major threats, Lord Six Desires and Lord Initial Zen, was likely to move forward. With nothing more than his spiritual soul, Lord Six Desires had no way of posing any threat to Yi Futian. As they looked at the divine body of Xinjia, the great emperor, they noticed that the divine light inside the divine body was raging. The divine body was moving frantically on its own. It seemed a little unsteady at times. Both of them looked on with some confusion. But as soon as they looked at each other, they guessed what was happening. After getting rid of Lord Initial Zen, Lord Six Desires must still have some resentment in his heart, and his spiritual soul now wanted to fight for the chance to seize the control of the divine body. Or perhaps Yi Futian didn't intend to allow the spiritual soul of Six Desires to walk out of here alive. A faint roar came from inside the divine body, and a terrifying divine light bloomed. Clearly, the two were locked in a confrontation. Lord Yi and Lord Liberty looked at each other, and there was a hint of greed that flashed through their eyes, but it vanished just as quickly as it had appeared. At present, even as lords, they needed to pay more attention to Yi Futian. Both of them had participated in setting up Lord Six Desires. This has indirectly led to his body being totally annihilated. Lord Initial, Zen, was killed mostly because of the powers borrowed from Lord Six Desires. Yi Futian had made good use of both parties in achieving his own goal. If they were just the tiniest bit careless, they might also be at risk, so they had to be extra cautious. Fortunately, Yi Futian and Lord Six Desires were mortal enemies. If they had formed a true alliance, the next target after eliminating Lord Initial Zen would be the two of them. In that case, they would be in deep trouble. Obviously, whether it was Yi Futian or Lord Six Desires, they were each plotting against the other and had started colluding. The outcome remained to be seen. Do you want to leave him alone? Lord Yi asked Lord Liberty via voice transmission. Wait until there's a decisive outcome between them, and then we can reassess the situation, Lord Liberty responded. The problem now was that even if they decided not to move against Yi Futian, it wouldn't necessarily mean that Yi Futian wouldn't move against them later. Both men were trying to regain their strength and ease their injuries as much as possible so they could recover some of their power once again. Within the body of Xinjia, the great emperor, violent booming continued. It seemed that it would never end. Finally, a growl emerged. I admit defeat. Let me stay. I can help you. This growl was tinged with wretchedness. It was the voice of Lord Six Desires. Obviously, he had fallen into a disadvantage in this altercation. If it was simply a contest between spiritual souls, Yi Futian could never come close to touching Lord Six Desires. However, within the divine body, Yi Futian was its absolute commander and had an undisputed advantage. Everything seemed to return to where it had all began. Yi Futian, who was currently controlling the body of Xinjia, the great emperor, turned to face Lord Yi and Lord Liberty. I do not wish to make too many enemies. How about you two elders stop at this point? These two great cultivators had both survived the second divine tribulation of the Great Path. Although both of them had been seriously injured, Yi Futian was not sure that he could overcome both of them. As a rule, people at this level must be treated with extreme caution. Today's matter was a misunderstanding in itself. We know that Lord Six Desires restricted your movements without cause. All we wanted to do was help set you free from those chains. We didn't expect Lord Initial Zen to do what he did. However, since the matter is over, let us be done as well, Lord Yi replied. In that case, many thanks to you both. As Yi Futian was making his reply, he moved backward carefully. The divine brilliance was still shining over his body. Yi Futian continued to stay vigilant. He didn't want to risk a fight with these two opponents, but it didn't mean he would lower his defense. For these two great lords to declare this was just some type of misunderstanding was ludicrous, to say the least. They were no different from Lord Initial Zen, except that they were not quite as calculating as he. Now, Lord, you transmitted his voice to Lord Liberty as a terrible rumbling sound came out. The will of the great path enveloped this part of the world and hovered over this area, even if they were severely injured. Chapter 2447, The Search. Buzz. Divine light bloomed upon Yi Futian's body as infinite runes shrouded the boundless space. He took one look at the two lords across from him, seemingly wanting to bring them into his realm of total annihilation. Lord Liberty and Lord Yi were both surrounded by the divine light of sky reaching Great Path. Even if they were deeply wounded, they could still communicate with the Great Path, gathering incredible power. Lord Liberty took a deep breath as a towering divine shadow appeared. It looked like the heavenly god of liberty itself, unleashing a boundless and massive handprint at Yi Futian. Lord Yi, likewise, was gathering a terrifying power of destruction. This shockingly destructive light aimed at Yi Futian for the kill. It was akin to the way of total annihilation. Xinjia, the great emperor's body, was brilliant all over, surrounded by divine light and covered in infinite runes. A terrible attack descended to crush the runes. It blasted on the divine body, knocking the body of Xinjia, the great emperor, back. At the same time, Divine lights came down from the firmament as if formed by those infinite runes. The incomparable divine sword traversed heaven and earth, zooming in on Lord Yi and Lord Liberty for the kill. The faces of these two changed slightly, busy gathering the power of the great path to resist. But they had already suffered heavy injuries. Their bodies bore the scars of the great path, and their last tyrannical blow against Yi Futian had, in fact, pared their own strength down to the extreme. When the divine sword fell, it actually broke through their defenses and slashed toward them. Accompanied by the brilliance of these two divine lights, the two fell rapidly as sounds of howling and cracking came from the void. Lord Liberty and Lord Yi were once again penetrated by the light from the divine sword. They both let out a muffled groan as they spat out some blood. Their faces paled, and their injuries deepened with this most recent blow. Yi Futian and Lord Yi appeared in two completely different directions, with great distance between them. At this time, the divine light above the divine body of Xinjia, the great emperor, dimmed. He had also sustained a harsh blow from the two powerful cultivators, which caused the divine body to suffer considerable shock. His spiritual soul was also in great pain. Lord Yi and Lord Liberty managed to stabilize their stance, but coughed out a mouthful of blood. Their auras were now exceedingly weak. They looked at Yi Futian, and their eyes were filled with coldness. It seemed like they were still unwilling to let go of Yi Futian and planned to continue their joint attack. The great path fluctuated violently with the turning of a mind. However, at this moment, a massive telekinetic power washed over them. They frowned before they saw a beautiful figure descending. She was surrounded by divine light, and her cold eyes were fixed on the two of them. The person who arrived was none other than Huajiu. She hadn't left with Blind Tai and the others, but was hanging about nearby. She came here as soon as she heard about the battle. At this moment, in those cold and clear eyes of hers, there was a strong murderous intent. "Jiu, let's go," Yi Futian said in a voice that seemed uncharacteristically weak, plucking at Jiu's heartstrings. Her eyes refocused on him, and instantly her gaze softened. Her shape flickered. She did not bother to heed Lord Yi or the other one any longer, but chose to leave with the body of Xinjia, the great emperor. Yi Futian loathed to let her get tangled in this mess because he still had some reservations. Even though Lord Yi and Lord Liberty were greatly weakened, they were existences that had survived the second divine tribulation of the Great Path. Such characters were a tremendous threat as long as they were alive. He was more worried about Jiu being endangered that he rather retreat for now. Lord Yi and Lord Liberty did not bother to chase after them either. The truth was that they were unable to give chase, as they were greatly incapacitated at this time. As they watched the pair leaving, they sighed silently inside. Yi Futian was a dead man walking. The addition of another Renhuang wouldn't make any difference, since Lord Initial Zen had informed Saint Jinchan of his death. Presumably the cultivators from Jinchan Temple were now on their way over. None of the four great lords were able to take down Yi Futian. In turn, they were set up by Yi Futian time and time again. Now, 2 were dead and 2 were wounded. It was an outcome that was indescribably humiliating. Whatever the future held, the 2 of them probably would have no part to play after this miserable display. No one expected that a youngster from the Divine Prefecture would make such a mess out of things. "Let's go," said Lord Yi. Then he and Lord Liberty dragged their injured bodies away from the battlefield. After they had left for a while, rays of divine light fell from the sky over the remnant of the divine mountain. A group of people descended soon after the light, all of them radiating with divine light. It seemed as if they were divine generals of sorts. Their brilliance was blinding and mighty. They were shrouded with a hint of the light of Buddha, but they were no monks. Among the cultivators from the Western world, though many top figures cultivated in methods that stemmed from Buddhism, it did not mean that they were believers of Buddhism. Take the overall forces within 6 desires heaven and search thoroughly, the man in the lead said loud and clear. Immediately, The cultivators next to him broke through the air and departed towards various directions in the distance. The cultivator in the lead looked again in the distance and saw quite a lot of cultivators there. They were also present in 6 Desires Heaven previously, but they had no way to intervene in that battle, nor did they dare chase after Yi Futian. When Yi Futian left, 2 lords had fallen, while 2 more were seriously wounded. Who would dare make a move without careful consideration? "Show me everything you saw," the man demanded. "Right away." Someone stepped forward. As his divine consciousness surged, an image appeared in the void, but only in parts. The great path had blocked off most of the space during the battle, and they could not witness many great battle scenes. Under the condition at the time, no one else dared to enter deep into the battlefield. Mere ripples from the battle would easily destroy them. After witnessing what little he could glean from the battle, the cultivator in the lead had a golden divine light in his eyes. Was the divine body of Xinjia, the great emperor, as powerful as this? He should have been seriously injured. If you would have intercepted him, he couldn't possibly get away. The leader glanced at those in the far distance and commented. Among them, there was no lack of those who had survived the divine tribulation of the great path. However, because of the devastating consequences of the 4 lords, they didn't want to detain Yi Futian. Let's set off with the search. As the man commanded once more, all those cultivators levitated into the air immediately, heading for the different directions within 6 Desires Heaven, ready to sniff out any trace of Yi Futian. 6 Desires Heaven was a big world, unimaginably expansive with endless cities, domains, numerous celestial mountains, as well as cultivation courts. After Hua Ju took Yi Futian away from 6 Desires Heaven, they did not go too far from where the fight took place. They came to a city and found a place to settle down. Traces of invisible aura fluctuated to cover up the place where they were resting. It was invisible and shapeless, but capable of isolating any aura or divine consciousness from other top cultivators. This was a forbidden zone created by Yi Futian with his life spirit. Despite its perfect fit with the house and the courtyard, it was an independent small world completely undetectable by outsiders. The divine consciousness of top figures in the cultivation world could cover an extensive territory with a single sweep. But as they were used to conduct their search with their divine consciousness and not with their naked eyes, as long as their divine consciousness was cut off, it was no easy task to find a single person in this vast and endless land of 6 Desires Heaven. In the courtyard, Yi Futian's spiritual soul had already returned to his body, as he had his eyes closed and was deep in cultivation, bathing in the aura of the great path of life. The aura from the ancient tree of the world in his life spirit had penetrated every part of his body, restoring and repairing it as his spiritual soul was being nourished. Chapter 2448, Master and Disciple. A month later, in the courtyard where Yi Futian was staying, he was still cultivating with his eyes closed. The aura of the great path shrouded his entire body as he bathed in the brilliance of the great path. At this point, his body, as well as his spiritual soul, had almost fully recovered. He did not let Blind Tai and the others come back for him. After all, they were still in the territory of 6 Desires Heaven. Saint Jinshan had dispatched cultivators from all sides to search for them in 6 Desires Heaven. They had turned the place upside down and inside out in their attempt to find him. At a time like this, he could not possibly allow Blind Tai and the rest of them to risk their lives by coming here. As long as they were outside of 6 Desires Heaven, they were safe enough. In this 1 month's time, Yi Futian did not leave the courtyard at all. At this moment, there was an invisible movement coming from outside the courtyard. It entered like invisible ripples that came in waves, and only Yi Futian had perceived this sensation. However, he didn't pay much attention to it. He continued to cultivate with his eyes closed because he already knew who had come. Hua Ji was sitting close to Yi Futian. At this moment, her beautiful eyes opened as she looked forward and saw a young woman. This woman had exceptionally beautiful and clear eyes. Her refined features were particularly pleasing to look at. Her name was Hong Yi. She was the daughter of the owner of this house. She happened upon here once by chance and saw Huajiu. She had been so taken, even enamored with Huajiu, that she asked Huajiu to accept her as a disciple. Huajiu had never thought of accepting a disciple before, so she didn't agree to it immediately. However, Hong Yi was not deterred and would often come to visit. Gradually, Huajiu and Yi Futian had developed some affection for this young woman and had recruited her help in conducting some small tasks, such as making inquiries about things happening in the outside world. Of course, the main purpose was to find out more about Saint Jinshan's search for them. In addition, he wanted to obtain a detailed map of this world, not just the names of the places, but also the top powers and top cultivators in each world. Yi Futian wanted to get a clear picture of the basic situation in the Western world. However, Hong Ye's cultivation base was not very high, so it was not easy for her to get what Yi Futian wanted. It took a lot of time and effort, but she finally got what he was after today. Goddess, this is the jade slip of the map. Once your divine consciousness enters it, you will be able to see everything, Hong Yi said while she took out a jade slip and handed it to Huajiu. Once Huajiu took hold of it, Hong Yi smiled sweetly and said, "Goddess, can I ask you to be my teacher now?" Huajiu looked at the woman in front of her, a little surprised. She didn't expect the other to be so persistent. "You will leave sooner or later, and I may disappear at any time," Huajiu said to Hong Yi. "It doesn't matter. I don't mind," Hong Yi continued. While Huajiu was still hesitating, Yi Futian, who was next to her, opened his eyes and smiled at her. "Jiu," he said, "since Hong Yi is sincere, why don't you accept her as a disciple? Although she may leave at any time, while we are cultivating here, we may leave something behind." Huajiu immediately understood Yi Futian's intention. When he saw how sincere Hong Yi was, he wished that Huajiu would not care so much about the formalities between teacher and disciple. While they were here, they could teach Hong Yi a thing or two and mentor her just for the sake of making acquaintances with one another. The relationship of teacher and disciple had no real impact on any of them. Glancing at Yi Futian, Huajiu pondered for a moment. She then nodded at Hong Yi. She handed Yi Futian the jade slip she had received. "Thank you, teacher." Hong Yi was ecstatic when she saw that Huajiu had finally agreed to her request. She immediately bowed down and said, "Disciple Hong Yi greets the teacher." Huajiu nodded slightly and said, "Although you asked me to be your teacher, my cultivation may not be suitable for you. I will teach you some suitable methods, and if you have any questions regarding cultivation, you may also ask me." The Huajiu from once upon a time had practically no cultivational experience to speak of, but now she had emerged with incarnations of many lifetimes, which were all part of her memory. She knew far more cultivation methods than Yi Futian, although none would be as powerful as the divine methods cultivated by him. "It's you, teacher. As long as it is taught by teacher, Hong Yi will work hard," Hong Yi said with mirth. The first time she was here, she had sensed that Huajiu was extraordinary and saw her as someone not of this world. Whether it was her visage, temperament, her every word and action, or that hidden aura, she realized that Huajiu was definitely a very powerful cultivator. Of course, Yi Futian was a powerful cultivator himself, though he was a little too conspicuous with his white hair and white clothing. Hong Yi couldn't very well ask him to be her teacher in front of Huajiu. Huajiu nodded and said, "Why don't you go back first? I need to organize the cultivation methods in my memory and decide which ones are suitable for you." "Very well," Hong Yi nodded agreeably. "I will go now." With that, she smiled and left. After she left, Huajiu looked at Yi Futian and saw that he looked at her with a smile. She then asked him, "Why did you want me to accept her as a disciple?" Buddhism talks about predestination, doesn't it? Since we are cultivating in the Western world, destiny is the reason why you two met. So you can leave something here, even if it is just to create a pleasant memory, Yi Futian responded. When he was speaking, he took the jade slip from Huajiu. His divine consciousness directly penetrated it. In an instant, many images began appearing in his mind. Soon, the world of Buddhism made its impression in Yi Futian's mind. When he withdrew his divine consciousness, he took a deep breath and was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the strength of the Western world was so powerful that it was on par with the divine prefecture. The rest of their time was spent in relative quietude. Hong Yi came here often to consult Hua Jiu about cultivation. Sometimes she would ask Yi Futian as well. Once, she even asked curiously, "Teacher, what is your current realm in Rahuang?" Hua Jiu ignored her. So Hong Yi looked at Yi Futian, but Yi Futian just smiled without saying a word. He did not respond to her question. It must be a very powerful level. Maybe you have already surpassed the lower Renhuang realm. That would mean middle Renhuang. Hong Yi smiled and guessed. After cultivating for a period of time, she left again. These days, she came around quite frequently. Sometimes she stayed in their place days at a time. One day, when Hong Yi came to the courtyard again, it seemed that her eyes had undergone some change. They looked different from before. It was slightly uncanny. Hua Jiu looked at her, clearly sensing something was awry. "Hong Yi, what's the matter?" Yi Futian's perception was so keen. Hong Yi glanced at him when she heard Yi Futian's question. She bit her lip lightly, seeming to be in some pain while struggling inside. "It must be false," Hong Yi reminded herself. She then said to Huajiu, "Teacher, please leave here quickly." Hua Jiu frowned slightly, but Yi Futian tensed up. These words had unsettled him. Chapter 2449 Exposed. "Hong Yi, what happened?" asked Huajiu. Hong Yi looked at Huajiu and said, "Master, previously you secretly asked me about what Saint Jinchan's underlings were up to. Now, Saint Jinchan has issued an order to investigate all mansions and cities in 6 Desires Heavens. Moreover, a bounty is offered to anyone among the top forces of various regions who can identify the 2 fiends who instigated the fight between Lord 6 Desires and Lord Initial Zen. The whistleblower is required to reveal their images too." As she said this, Hong Yi paused and looked at Huajiu and Yi Futian. She then asked, "Master, did the 2 of you really instigate the fight between the 2 lords a few months ago? Were you the ones who caused the death of the 2 lords when the 4 of them fought among themselves? The bounty offered by Saint Jinchan is surely an eye-watering amount. Why have you come to inform us to leave instead of reporting our whereabouts to him and claiming the bounty?" Yi Futian asked. There was pain hidden in Hong Ye's eyes when she looked at him. Then she looked at Huajiu and explained, "Wouldn't I be betraying my sect if I exposed the whereabouts of Master? I can't do that." Yi Futian continued, "Since you believe the rumors about both of us instigating the fight among the 4 lords, have you considered this? What bargaining chip did we have that was great enough to incite them to war? Furthermore, the reason was tempting enough to cause the 2 of them to kill each other." Yi Futian's question caused Hong Yi to be stunned. She was puzzled. She looked at him and asked, "What was it?" Yi Futian explained, "I'm not a cultivator from your world. I'm from another world. I was detained in the Divine Mountain by Lord 6 Desires due to the treasures I possessed. After the other 3 lords learned about what happened, they were blinded by greed as well. They went to Lord 6 Desires and demanded he give them the treasures. This was the cause of the fight. I have indeed instigated the fight among the 4 lords. However, if I did not do so, I would have been at their mercy. I would not have survived." His words shocked Hong Yi. Yi Futian glanced at Huajiu and noticed that she remained calm. "So that's why. In that case, their greed for treasure resulted in the war. Then for Saint Jinchan to spare no expense to search and offer a bounty for finding you means, mumbled Hong Yi as she suddenly understood. She looked at Hua Jiu and Yi Futian and said, Master, now the people in the city have seen both of your portraits. There is no way for you to leave. What should we do? That won't be a problem, said Yi Futian. Go and tell them that the two of us are here. Hong Yi was stunned. She looked at Yi Futian and then at Hua Jiu. She did not comprehend. Go, instructed Hua Jiu. Master, replied Hong Yi as she stared at her. Hua Jiu explained to Hong Yi, if we do not sever the ties between us, we will only get you involved. Hong Yi, do not mention to others that you are my disciple. Aside from you, your father has also seen us, so we will certainly be exposed. However, he will not betray you. Go and inform them of our location. You might be able to claim the bounty. This is the last thing I can do for you as your master. Her voice was also exceptionally calm. No, I will go find my father. If he knows that you have taken me as your disciple, he will not sell you out, master, said Hong Yi. Yi Futian and Hua Jiu gazed at her. She was still too young. Before personal gain as well as life or death, what did ties like this amount to? They barely knew each other. Why would her father risk his life for them? Hong Yi, Yi Futian continued, don't worry. Even if you reveal our location, we can still escape. The people of the city cannot keep us here. Otherwise, how did we escape from the war of the 6 Desires Heavenly Palace? Since things are bound to happen, there is no need to prevent them from occurring. Asking you to do this is to protect you. You don't wish to make us feel guilty, right? Hong Yi glanced back at Hua Jiu. Hua Jiu nodded and said, Go. We will be fine. Seeing that Hong Yi was still hesitating, Hua Jiu sternly ordered, As your master, I command you to go. Hong Ye's eyes were slightly red. She then nodded her head and replied, Yes, master. As she said this, she turned and left. After Hong Yi left, the divine body of Xinjia, the great emperor, appeared. As he looked at it, Yi Futian mumbled, I wonder when I can fight without needing to rely on this. The opponents that you encountered are all cultivators who have experienced the divine tribulation of the great path. When you reach the peak of the Runhuang plain, you might be able to forego relying on the divine body, said Hua Jiu. She only said that it was a possibility. Even if he did so, the opponents Yi Futian faced were still top figures who survived the second stage of the divine tribulation. Not long after, Yi Futian sensed that many powerful auras were approaching them from all directions. Right then, the formless wave had already disappeared. He no longer hid their auras. Wills swept over and scanned over their figures rudely. In the sky, the silhouettes of many cultivators continued to appear. Many of them were top-tier Renhuangs. After getting news of their location, they rushed over immediately. Saint Jinchan's reward was too irresistible. No one could remain unfazed by it. However, many people did not know of Yi Futian's ability. The exact details of the war of the 6 Desires Heavenly Palace had been sealed away. Only some details, just like what Hong Yi knew, were common knowledge. There were not many who were aware of the whole story of the incident. Hong Yi was also among the crowd in the distance. She stood behind her father and looked towards Yi Futian and Hua Jiu. She felt a pang of guilt, and her eyes were red. She had not managed to expose them. The one who had done so was her father, just like Yi Futian had predicted. Yi Futian and Hua Jiu did not look at Hong Yi. Yi Futian declared, Anyone who stands in our way will be killed without any mercy. As he said this, the crowd saw a divine body float up into the sky. Hua Jiu was beside the divine body. A terrifying aura emanated from it, and the great path rumbled. This caused the hearts of the surrounding cultivators to tremble. Let's go, Yi Futian said. Then both of them stepped up into the sky and left the place. When the cultivators saw them leaving, they were all actually somewhat hesitant. They didn't dare attack them right away. Hold them off. We only need to wait until the Lord's underlings arrive. A deep and powerful voice sounded. A cultivator who was at the peak of the Renhuang plain took a step forward and charged up into the air. Many ancient golden clocks plummeted from the sky, attempting to seal off the space and block Yi Futian and Hua Jiu from leaving. Yi Futian raised his head and glanced at the clocks. Dong! Dong! The sound of clocks ringing could be heard continuously. Divine light burst forth as all the clocks were shattered into pieces. With a flash, the body of Xinjiao, the great emperor, transformed into a beam of golden light and pierced the sky. Dong! The facial expression of the cultivator, who was at the peak of the Renhuang plain, turned ugly. An enormous ancient clock appeared to protect him. However, the divine light directly penetrated the clock. The ancient clock crumbled, and the cultivator shook violently. Then he turned into countless specks of light of the great path and dissipated. He had perished. Those who saw this scene all felt their hearts tremble. Yi Futian and Hua Jiu immediately traversed through the sky and left. For a moment, no one actually dared to get in their way. Chapter 2450 Ambush. In the clouds, two silhouettes traversed through space quickly. They were moving as fast as lightning. Even though Saint Jinshan ordered various cultivators to hunt down Yi Futian, very few could actually stand against him. In the entire Six Desires heavens, Lord Six Desires used to be the only one who could confidently defeat Yi Futian. Lord Yi was a cultivator from Yema Heaven, while Lord Liberty was a cultivator from Liberty Heaven. How many people among the cultivators beneath Saint Jinshan could be a match for Yi Futian? It was most likely very difficult to catch Yi Futian unless Saint Jinshan, his younger brother Lord Initial Zen, or someone at the same level as them personally pursued Yi Futian. Yi Futian's own ability was enough for him to kill the Renhuang before this. However, with the help of the flesh of Xinjiao, the great emperor, his speed was even faster. Yi Futian and Hua Jiu traveled in space, and they had reached another city in the blink of an eye. Right at this moment, a dazzling divine light suddenly shone down. Even the clouds were illuminated as the divine light poured down from the sky above. The scene appeared exceptionally divine. It was as though they had arrived in paradise. At the same time, a mighty aura pressed down and loomed over the vast space. Yi Futian and Hua Jiu stopped in their tracks. They raised their heads to look at the sky above. The space around them had been transformed into a sealed-off domain. Silhouettes of Buddhas appeared among the golden clouds, enshrouding the sun. Yi Futian was well aware that they were no longer in the main space. Instead, they were currently in the domain of the great path of a top-tier cultivator. They had been intercepted. The sound of Buddha reverberated within the space. Its sound was thunderous. The light of Buddha pierced through the golden clouds. Many faces of Buddhas could be seen in the sky. However, Yi Futian could not detect any cultivators. Buddhist runes and an enormous symbol of one appeared. The symbol grew larger and larger, covering the entire sky. Then the symbol plummeted, charging towards where Yi Futian and Hua Jiu were. The symbol of one that blocked out the sun in the sky shone with the light of Buddha. It was as though a heavenly might was charging down to crush all of existence. Yi Futian raised his head and looked at the gigantic symbol that was descending upon him. The divine body raised its hand and pointed at the sky. Immediately, endless sword runes landed on the symbol of Wan, followed by a dull thud reverberating in the space. A terrifying storm swept across the sky. Cracks appeared on the symbol of Wan. It then shattered. It was destroyed with the point of a finger. However, the next moment, the various Buddhas in the sky chanted the sound of Buddha simultaneously. The sound of Buddha circled Yi Futian. It was a Buddhist sound wave attack. The sound formed waves as they swept down and crashed directly into the body of Xinjiao, the great emperor. They caused Yi Futian's spiritual soul to tremble. This was the same sound wave attack technique that Lord Initial Zen had used back then. They were clearly from the same sect. These cultivators who were trying to kill him were Saint Jinchan's men. They were most likely from Jinchan Temple and were his direct disciples. However, from the strength of this attack, Yi Futian knew that they were not existences who had experienced the second stage of the divine tribulation of the Great Path. The strongest among them had only survived the first stage. Otherwise, there was no need for them to act this way. It would have been sufficient for them to walk out and attack him directly. If Yi Futian wanted to break through this attack, he had to forcefully shatter this domain. Around the figure of Xinjia, the great emperor, a space filled with runes appeared. Each rune seemed to contain the power of path obliteration. This was the way of Xinjia, the great emperor. The runes flowed within the space and coalesced into many sword runes. Menacing sword will emanated from them, causing many runic divine swords to appear in the space. The emanating sword light had an astonishing pressure. The space gave off a bone-chilling aura. Yi Futian's mind shifted, and immediately the will of the space of runes burst forth and became beams of light. It ignored the rupturing of space and attacked the domain directly. It was as though countless beams of light immediately traversed the space and shot directly towards the various silhouettes of Buddhas. Bang, bang, bang. Terrifying sounds could be heard. The various silhouettes of Buddhas in the sky shattered frenziedly. The domain also shattered. The light of Buddha remained, and the figures behind the domain were revealed. In the vast region around Yi Futian, many silhouettes appeared. They all had powerful auras, and there were even a few frightening existences who had experienced the first stage of the divine tribulation of the Great Path among them. Saint Jinchan's position in the Western world was very high. He could be considered one of the giant level figures who stood at the very top of the realm. There were not many people who were his equals. He had many subordinates in Jinchan Temple. They were one of the most powerful forces in the Western world. Their power rivaled that of the ancient god clan of the Divine Prefecture. Saint Jinchan himself was also a disciple of Buddhism and was considered orthodox in the Western world. That was why he had such a terrifying influence that could send cultivators to kill Yi Futian. The lineup he sent was extremely frightening. The various cultivators spread themselves out as they stared at Yi Futian. A suppressive aura enveloped the region. All of them were unleashing menacing auras. From the previous attack, they briefly experienced how terrifying was the power Yi Futian could release by relying on the body of Xinjia, the great emperor. It was sufficient to kill an existence who survived the first stage of the divine tribulation of the Great Path. No wonder great Elder Matian had been killed by Yi Futian. The four lords had also fallen to his schemes, 2 of them perishing and another 2 severely injured. Hence, even though their lineup now was extremely powerful, the cultivators from Jinchan Temple were still very cautious. They did not dare underestimate Yi Futian at the slightest. Yi Futian had single-handedly destroyed the 6 Desires Heavenly Palace. How could they take such an existence lightly? If you follow us to Jinchan Temple, you might have a chance of survival. If you cooperate, Saint Jinchan might forgive you, someone among the cultivators said. This person was grabbed in golden robes like battle armor. A beam of golden light actually emanated from his glabella as though it was an eye. It seemed as though it would open at any given moment. It gave off an eerie feeling. Yi Futian laughed coldly inside. He had experienced all this before. The cultivators of the world were mostly the same, be it in the Western world or the Divine Prefecture. A man's wealth was his own ruin by causing the greed of others. Yi Futian possessed the divine body of Xinjia, the great emperor, and the teachings of the great emperors. It was difficult for others not to covet what he had. Hence, he naturally did not trust anyone. Moreover, he had killed the junior of Saint Jinchan, Lord Initial Zen. Even if Saint Jinchan did not kill him, Yi Futian would still be imprisoned for life and be forced to surrender all he had. Why would he choose this path to his doom? Yi Futian did not respond to the other party. The space of runes appeared and countless runes shone. An astonishing intent of battle radiated out from the divine body of Xinjia, the great emperor. You do not know what is good for yourself, the person who had spoken to Yi Futian said in a cold tone. As he said this, as expected, the golden mark on his glabella lit up. It was as though a heavenly eye had opened. Immediately, a beam of menacing light shot straight out and landed on the figure of Xinjia, the great emperor that Yi Futian was controlling. As this light shone on it, the divine body of Xinjia, the great emperor, seemed to be sealed by some power. The light formed its own domain. Chapter 2451. No bars hold. No matter how Xinjia, the great emperor, moved his body, he was always wrapped up within the divine light. At the same time, an extremely dangerous aura descended, and Yi Futian's spiritual soul could clearly feel the threat. Psst! A sharp sound was heard, and a beam of light that could tear through everything now shot out from the heavenly eye. It was invincible, containing the most terrifying space-tearing power. It directly slammed towards the divine body. Boom! In an instant, the attack descended on the body of Xinjia, the great emperor, causing the divine body to tremble. It even took a step or two backward. Go for it! Someone called out as an overbearing power of the great path shrouded the area where Yi Futian and Huaji were. However, right at this moment, a violent roar was heard. It seemed to come from the divine body itself. The body of Xinjia, the great emperor, not only stopped moving backward, but lurched forward abruptly, carrying the space-tearing light beam forcefully forward, rushing to those cultivators who were in the void. Open! The divine eye at the man's brow chakra opened wide. A divine light of destruction shot out from it suddenly as if it meant to tear this space apart. Appalling golden traces appeared in the void, moving madly towards Yi Futian. Xinjia, the great emperor, did not retreat, however. His entire body was surrounded by the divine light, which served to protect the divine body. At the same time, his finger followed the beam of light to point upward. Another space-tearing divine light bloomed, turning into a sword. The sword collided with the divine light that came down for the kill, immediately destroying the beam of light. Careful! The other cultivators cautioned when they saw that the body of Xinjia, the great emperor, was moving into the sky along the beam of light. After all, Yi Futian was able to kill Great Elder Matian with a single sword strike before, and there was no doubt whatsoever regarding the Great Elder's combat effectiveness. Bang! However, that cultivator with the heavenly eye seemed to be without fear, even itching to collide with the divine body of Xinjia, the great emperor. He stepped down. Behind him came a massive and boundless divine shadow. It appeared above the sky. From above the infinite void, a divine light projected down, splitting the sky apart. When that heavenly eye of his was looking down, a devastating storm appeared from the firmament and blew down below. Yi Futian, however, was walking through the storm. A golden divine halberd appeared in the hands of the cultivator with the heavenly eye, puffing out unparalleled divine brilliance. Buzz! His figure flashed, and the gigantic divine shadow behind him was also moving with him. In this domain of the heavenly eye, it was as if his power of the great path could erupt to reach its maximum potential. This was his domain world, and he was its master. In this realm of the heavenly eye, he was the king. According to legend, the body of Xinjia, the great emperor, was unparalleled and was one of the most powerful existences in ancient times. Now, while it was controlled by a youngster, it had managed to slay the great elder of Matian. He wanted to see for himself just how strong the body might be. Two rays of light rushed towards each other. Even though they were far apart, at this moment, the distance seemed to be non-existent. There were no human shapes that could be detected. Only the light was visible. In an instant, the two figures collided. The divine halberd pierced the finger of Xinjia, the great emperor, and this finger was the sharpest sword in the world right now. The divine light of destruction swept across the space, setting off a terrifying storm around it. It radiated into the boundless space, even to the extremely remote land. Countless cultivators looked up into the sky at this moment, but almost instantly they began to flee frantically. The aftermath of the storm swept towards them, destroying any existence within its reach. In the area of collision, the divine light seemed to explode. The two figures separated, and Yi Futian was knocked backward, but the other muffled a groan. A trace of golden blood seemed to seep out from the eye that appeared in the brow chakra, and his face was a bit distorted. That cultivator endured severe pain and made a hissing noise to express his pain. Before Yi Futian was able to stop himself, a massive figure of Arhut suddenly appeared above him. It turned into a domain of the Great Path and covered him. This Arhut was in a reclining position, appearing as a sleeping Arhut. With the sound of Buddha, Yi Futian, who was within the body of Xinjiao, the Great Emperor, felt drowsy all of a sudden. It seemed as if he was about to fall into a dream. Hua Jiu, who was guarding behind him, also felt the onset of sudden drowsiness. Her mind was groggy, filled with only the shadows of the sleeping Arhut. It seemed as if there was nothing else to do except follow suit and fall into a deep sleep. Yi Futian's guard heightened. In Buddhism, the sleeping Arhut was not an offensive ability for attacking purposes, but that didn't mean it wasn't dangerous. It could lead its targets to fall into a deep sleep from which they could not awake on their own. Once the targets entered slumber, they were under the other's control completely, with no hope of ever awakening on their own. Right at this moment, sounds of rhythm were heard. A guqin appeared in the void, and upon the guqin, a series of musical notes bounced out, permeating between heaven and earth. Suddenly, there was a strong sense of sadness that instantly expelled the sleepiness. Even the cultivators in the void felt that powerful sadness. Boom! A horrific sound came out while the body of Xinjiao, the Great Emperor, faced forward. Under the rhythm of the divine requiem, infinite runes erupted from the divine body, enveloped the boundless space. Soon after, a number of divine monuments appeared above the sky. It was as if they were made from the runes. They fell down continuously. Even more frightening was that a door now appeared above the firmament, coming from the outer sky. It was like an ancient divine door that was capable of suppressing everything in the world. Clearly, Yi Futian's control over the divine body of Xinjiao, the Great Emperor, was becoming stronger. Every time he fought with the power of the divine body, it inevitably took a heavy toll on his body, which required considerable time to recover. However, his suitability with the divine body was obviously getting better each time. Now he was able to use the power from the divine body to enhance the divine methods he cultivated. The power of Gate of World Suppression was particularly explosive, using the divine power of path obliteration within the body of Xinjiao, the Great Emperor. There was no telling how powerful it might be in its ultimate form. Above the firmament, those cultivators from Jinshan Temple, when they felt the divine might, also felt their hearts skip a beat. They had an unpleasant premonition. "You guys evacuate first," a cultivator who had survived the first divine tribulation of the Great Path proposed, ordering those Ren Huang who had not yet experienced the divine tribulation to withdraw. Obviously, they all felt a serious threat. In the distance, at different positions in the void, all these Ren Huang began to retreat. However, horrible rumbling sounds came out as the Gate of World Suppression attacked the infinite divine monuments. As they rained down, this corner of the sky was completely covered, along with the entire vast expanse. There was, in fact, nowhere to escape in this world. Those Ren Huang cultivators were releasing their own power of the Great Path now. The powers blasted towards the divine monuments that came at them from above. But the divine monuments were even more terrifying when coupled with Yi Futian's own strength. The Gate of World Suppression, as unleashed by Yi Futian, would be difficult enough for these Renhuang to block. But now, as urged with the divine body's path obliteration power, it was nearly impossible. Bang, bang, bang. A series of terrifying sounds were heard, and many Renhuang were killed on the spot, as they could not block Yi Futian's attack. Then more Renhuang fell one after another until, in a blink of an eye, more than half of the cultivators who had arrived were either killed or injured. The divine body of Xinjia, the great emperor, was suspended in midair, the divine light shining all over it. The scene was mighty beyond words. Yi Futian, who had been pressured time and time again by these people, finally unleashed all the power within his disposal. He was ready to do his worst. Chapter 2452. Attack. After this blow landed, the cultivators who had been closing in on Yi Futian were knocked even farther back. Some cultivator who had survived the divine tribulation of the Great Path was retreating due to the injuries he received. When the gate of world suppression blasted towards him, he spat out a mouthful of blood. It was as if all his internal organs had been greatly impacted. Terrible rumbling sounds emerged as infinite runes surrounded heaven and earth. Its coercion was overwhelming. Yi Futian looked in a direction and saw that the cultivator from before with the heavenly eye now wanted to get a piece of him. Xinjia, the great emperor, raised his arm, and immediately the infinite runes gathered together. Each rune was a character that spelled out sword, and they surrounded the divine body. An aura of path obliteration permeated the entire area. Then Yi Futian pointed in the direction of the man. In an instant, the infinite runes rolled forward and submerged the space. A divine sword appeared to pierce through heaven and the earth. As soon as the man felt that something was amiss, his body flew into rapid retreat at an unimaginable speed. At the same time, the heavenly eye in his brow chakra shot out at Yi Futian again. However, this time, the skyfall of runes swept at him directly, forcing the divine light from the heavenly eye to flow back from where it came. That sword strike ignored the distance as it locked onto its opponent and chased him into the far distance. The cultivator with the heavenly eye knew that there was nowhere for him to run. As he let out a mighty shout, the divine light in the heavenly eye was released to the extreme, and he threw the divine halberd in his hand forward again. A beam of light seemed to penetrate through heaven and earth, just like before, and the two attacks collided again. But this time, the strike that Yi Futian unleashed seemed to be far stronger than before. The destructive runes directly flooded the space and pushed towards him. This time, everything was destroyed, and the divine light that bloomed from the heavenly eye was also retreating. His body retreated like a stream of light. It was not because he took the initiative to move back, but that he was being pushed back by that terrifying force. He let out an angry roar. The divine light from the heavenly eye submerged the runes of swordsmanship in the front. It almost succeeded in blocking the momentum of the attack. Boom! There was a terrifying sound, and a storm of destruction raged in the space. His body was still moving in retreat, but he was somewhat relieved to see that the attack in front of him had gradually weakened. It seemed that he was still able to intercept this blow. "Watch out!" someone exclaimed from a distance. Yi Futian's heart skipped a beat when he heard it. Then he saw a golden divine light directly shooting at him from the front. He could hardly see what it was. As the light was getting closer, it descended instantly in front of him, overlapping with the attacking divine sword as the two became one. Buzz! The light penetrated without much resistance, piercing through the light beam from the heavenly eye. He felt a sharp pain in his brow chakra, and a figure appeared in front of him. It was the divine body of Xinjia, the great emperor. He placed his finger right on the heavenly eye of his brow chakra. At this moment, his eyes were filled with fear. No, as he squeezed out this last protest, his body was shattered. His soul and spirit were scattered and then destroyed. An existence who had survived the divine tribulation of the Great Path was killed right on the spot. All of this seemed like an uncanny instance of déjà vu. reminiscent of when great elder of Maqian had been killed. Both had been pierced by a simple sword strike and had perished. This place was quite far from the previous battlefield, but spatial distance was nothing to cultivators of this level. After witnessing the fall of the cultivator with the heavenly eye, the others trembled fiercely. They seemed to have underestimated the prowess of Yi Futian. The sleeping Arhut could not influence his combat effectiveness, neither could the heavenly eye when it came to restraining him. It had not been long since the fighting started, and there were already heavy casualties. Yi Futian turned his head and looked at them with chilling eyes. "Whoever keeps on chasing us will not be spared," he said menacingly. When his voice faded, he took Hua Jiu into a stream of light and continued moving ahead without killing any other cultivators. Although he was the one who started the killing spree, it was not his objective. Right now, he wanted to leave and get out of this mess as soon as possible. A sustained fight would take more time. For him, it meant an increased degree of danger, which he was not willing to risk. Naturally, he wanted to leave as quickly as he possibly could. Those cultivators did not continue to pursue him after he left. Obviously, the short battle they were engaged in gave them a much clearer idea of Yi Futian's combat effectiveness. With the help of the divine body, prolonged engagement in battle would only spell their own deaths, even if they joined their power. Yi Futian didn't kill them because he didn't have time. Also, he was worried about the arrival of more powerful individuals. Because of this, he was in a hurry to leave. "What should we do?" a cultivator asked at this time. They gave chase here and had been slaughtered by Yi Futian. Now they had allowed him to leave, so they could not possibly reveal their failed attempt if he were to re-emerge. They had lost a cultivator who had survived the divine tribulation of the Great Path, as well as many top Renhuang. The loss they suffered was not easily ignored. "What can we do?" asked someone. Another person replied, "We lack in strength, so what can we do? All we can do is go back and admit guilt, but it won't be that easy for him to just walk away either." The person next to him nodded in agreement. Although Saint Jinchan would not make a move himself, top-level cultivators were already on the way. Yi Futian had slaughtered so many cultivators from Jinchan Temple, it would be unrealistic to think that he could get away unscathed. Never mind that Yi Futian was still inside the territory of the Six Desires Heaven. Even if he managed to escape from Six Desires Heaven somehow, he would be mistaken to think that would be the end of the matter. "Let's go back," another person said. Everyone turned around to levitate into the sky. However, they appeared rather beaten, as this defeat made them feel rather frustrated. They had come with such a powerful group and thought that they had Yi Futian well in hand. But they would now return with such a heavy loss and without their intended subject. It was all very discouraging. People at this level always thought highly of themselves. After all, they were already at the top of the cultivational world, but this world had been turned upside down by a youngster. After they left, many people came to the battlefield here. A lot of them were shocked. They had all witnessed the terrifying battle that took place in the void and gathered that it must be the person that Saint Jinchan had issued a kill order. But they could never suspect the person was this powerful. The storm that Yi Futian caused in Six Desires Heaven was indeed terrifying, and it had thrown things into disarray. First, he killed the great elder of Maqian, and then caused the destruction of Six Desires Heavenly Palace, and the deaths of Lord Six Desires and Lord Initial Zen. Now, Zhenchan Temple had ordered a thorough search of the entire Six Desires Heaven to pursue him until he was apprehended. It was not an exaggeration to say that he had managed to shock the entire Six Desires Heaven all on his own. But Yi Futian didn't think so much about all that at the moment. He was still en route in his escape. Although he had killed many cultivators, he did not dare to be careless, moving fast in the direction away from Six Desires Heaven. Right now, he was still in the territory under Saint Jinchan's control, and it was imperative for him to leave as soon as possible. He didn't feel great. On the contrary, he had a sickening premonition. The prior interception of those cultivators meant that they still had a way to locate him. If someone else at the Lord level arrived, he would be in imminent danger. Although he had become even more adept at controlling the divine body, it was still a tall order for him to fight against a top cultivator at the Lord level. Once he was intercepted by someone at this level, it would become a matter of life and death. Chapter 2453. No Way Up to Heaven. Yi Futian flew as high as he could so that he would be an even smaller target. In the midst of clouds, the golden divine light appeared like lightning. This was the first time he was moving with such urgency. Every time he shuttled through the void, a hint of golden brilliance was left behind in the clouds and mist, leaving traces. Even a faint aura of the great path remained, holding with some residual information. But this was unavoidable. In order to move as fast as he could, he had to resort to using the power of the great path. Unless he continued to hide in a house as before, but even that seemed futile now. Saint Jinchan had ordered all of 6 desires heaven to be searched. Images of Yi Futian were posted everywhere. The vast majority of the cultivators in 6 desires heaven probably knew of their existence already. If they appeared anywhere they could be seen, they risked being exposed, increasing the danger they were already in. Time passed, and Yi Futian had no idea how long it had been, but he had a feeling of doom. This feeling was completely without reason, yet it made him more than a little uncomfortable. Jiu, I will send you down there. Then, let's separate, Yi Futian proposed to Hua Jiu, who was beside him. The person Jinchan Temple wanted was him. If they went on their separate ways, they would only follow him, not Hua Jiu. Hua Jiu looked at his eyes and shook her head. At times like this, there was no way for her to leave Yi Futian. They both understood that the events they had experienced before were largely due to their incredible luck. It was Lord 6 Desires and Lord Initial Zen's carelessness that caused them to fall into the trap Yi Futian had set out for them. But now, if he were really taken by the people from Jinchan Temple, his luck wouldn't continue as before. Saint Jinchan would, no doubt, make sure that he would stay under his thumb. Moreover, Saint Jinchan was someone higher in status than both Lord 6 Desires and Lord Initial Zen, so it was safe to assume that his strength far exceeded their own. If Yi Futian were captured, there would be no way up to heaven and no way down to hell either. At times like this, she had no desire to go anywhere else. All she wanted to do was share his fate with him. Whether they lived or died, at least they would be together. Looking at the expression in Hua Jiu's eyes, Yi Futian knew that he couldn't persuade her, so he resolved to hurry forward. That ill-fated feeling became stronger as time went by. Gradually, he had a vague sense that someone was tagging along. More importantly, this feeling was getting stronger. He keenly realized that he had been tracked down and that a top cultivator was spying on him. Unexpectedly, there was yet another top-ranking lord. It seemed that he had underestimated Jinchan Temple. However, the other party didn't seem to be in a hurry to do anything, content with keeping tabs on him for now. This made him feel terribly uneasy. Yi Futian knew that even though he was currently in control of Xinjia, the great emperor's divine body, it was draining his energy. His realm was limited, and the strength of his spiritual soul was also limited. Since he was unable to fully control the divine body, he did so by consuming the power of his spiritual soul nonstop. The longer this whole affair dragged out, the weaker he would be in the future. Yi Futian could feel that the one who was tracking him was not overly eager. As long as he was under his watch and did not escape, it was enough for the moment. This time, a top-notch figure didn't show any impatience. Yi Futian understood why he had such an ominous premonition. Finally, Yi Futian stopped moving forward, but the feeling of being followed remained. He knew he couldn't get rid of the cultivator who was hiding in the dark, so he simply stopped. The body of Xinjia, the great emperor, stood in the clouds as mist while Yi Futian surveyed their surroundings. He released his divine consciousness and vaguely felt a powerful aura, though he could not detect its source. since the elder has already arrived, why continue lurking in the dark? Why not show yourself? Yi Futian said, as if to no one in particular. Benevolence. The response was only one word. Golden light was shining everywhere. A figure appeared in the sky above Yi Futian, bathing in the golden divine light. The figure that appeared there was rather corpulent. One could even describe him as someone with a rather fat head and copious ears. The man's head was shaved like a monk's, but he was not really a monk. His whole body was shining with golden lights. It was hard to imagine that such a portly man could manage speed so fast that he was able to find Yi Futian and stay on his tail. Is Elder also from Jinshan Temple? Yi Futian asked, still holding a slight sense of hope in his heart. The fat man smiled and nodded slightly. Not only did he come from Jinshan Temple, but he was the number 2 person in charge of Jinshan Temple, the deputy lord of Jinshan Temple. Even Lord Initial, Zen, had to pay proper respect to him when he saw the man. Although this operation had been ordered by Saint Jinshan, it was, in fact, supervised by the fat man. It was no surprise that he was the first person to track down Yi Futian. How about you come to Jinshan Temple with me? Lord Blubber said to Yi Futian with a smile. He spoke just like a friend. His tone was calm and casual, not showing the slightest maliciousness. It seemed that the whole thing was a friendly invitation. You have to forgive me. I can't, Yi Futian replied. If you don't go by yourself, then you will leave me no choice but to force my hand. Why do you want to do that? It would be extremely unwise. The man continued to advocate for his cause, but Yi Futian looked at him and responded, You leave me no other choice. How much strength can you borrow from the divine body? Lord Blubber asked again. Whatever it is, it will be hard-pressed to compete with you, Elder, Yi Futian replied. If that's the case, then why do you continue to resist? The other man exhorted. Take a walk with me, and perhaps those who are around you may stay safe. If you don't comply, I will have no choice but to take action. If, by chance, the goddess next to you gets hurt, it would be very unfortunate. Yi Futian frowned. This Lord Blubber seemed to be friendly and amicable on the outside, always speaking with a smile on his face, but his words suggested he was definitely not some gentle, harmless creature. On the contrary, he may very well be a plotting, scheming, ruthless snake, as he was now threatening Yi Futian by using Huajiu. Yi Futian lowered his head to look at Huajiu, who was next to him. The two looked at each other. He could see that there was no fear in her eyes. Now, all they could do was face this problem calmly and openly. Elder, please make a move if you must. Yi Futian raised his head again and said to Lord Blubber, who was in the sky. As you wish, the other responded, and proceeded to clasp his plump hands together. In an instant, the entire firmament shook violently. In this area high above, an incomparably radiant light of Buddha manifested as if to block off all other heavens and created a world that was on its own. Numerous massive and boundless symbols of Wan had completely shut down this corner of the sky. These symbols of Wan interlocked and turned into a giant hole. The symbol continued to circle the firmament, accompanied by terrible booming sounds. The sky seemed to be on the verge of collapse, but Yi Futian and Hua Jiu stood there without moving. They could feel shock waves running through their bodies constantly. Yi Futian could clearly feel that the symbol of Wan, as released by the cultivator in front of him, was completely different from the symbol of one he had endured before. The difference was more than a little. Under this symbol of Wan, everything had no choice but to be crushed. Boom! Along with the descent of a terrifying divine light, this symbol of Wan spiraled down at an incredible speed. It was as if a light had hit Yi Futian's head. Xinjia, the great emperor, was radiant all over. Yi Futian pointed his finger at the sky, and countless runes of swordsmanship appeared, attempting to break through the supreme pressure from the symbol of Wan just like before. But this time the sword could not penetrate and smash through it. It ended with the runes of the sword characters being totally destroyed. With a loud boom, the divine body shook and fell from the sky. On the other hand, a series of symbols of Wan came down from the void as if trying to suppress everything in this world. Chapter 2454, No Way Down to Hell. Many symbols of Wan descended, layer upon layer. It was as if each layer contained infinite supreme powers capable of suppressing the Great Path. They were descending continuously upon the divine body of Xinjia, the Great Emperor. Boom, boom, boom. The divine body of Xinjia, the Great Emperor, was being blasted continuously by those madly falling symbols. The spiritual soul inside his body was rocked. Even Huajiu, who he was protecting behind him, was also shaken. Finally, the divine body stopped as it had nowhere to retreat. Both of his legs fell on the symbol of Wan. This entire space was full of symbols of Wan. The same held true for the space below. There was absolutely nowhere for him to go. Heavy forces of thousandfold continued to blast down from above, causing the divine body to let out a frightening roar. Yi Futian controlled the divine body, making it raise both hands. It pushed against a giant symbol of Wan. When each symbol fell, it shook the divine body vigorously. Even his spiritual soul trembled because of it. Lord Blubber had no intention to stop his attack. Every blow he dealt was tens of millions times more powerful than anticipated, chipping away Yi Futian's ability to resist. Gradually, the whole divine body of Xinjia, the Great Emperor, was bent and could no longer stand up straight. If this were not a divine body, but a body of flesh and blood, perhaps it would have already collapsed and shattered. There was no way it could have endured all those attacks and lasted until now. When the last symbol of Wan fell, a terrifying force swept out. Yi Futian muffled a groan as his spiritual soul bore a terribly heavy load. Above the void, Lord Blubber lowered his head to glance down below. His objective was to capture Yi Futian alive, not kill him, so he would have to pay close attention not to be too heavy-handed. If he accidentally smashed Yi Futian's spiritual soul, it would be a terrible mistake. Yi Futian was still in control of the inheritances of several great emperors. He had already slaughtered many cultivators from Jinshan Temple, so they needed to squeeze Yi Futian for all his worth. Otherwise, how could they possibly justify the deaths of all those cultivators? Therefore, he would be careful and measured as not to obliterate Yi Futian right away. Now, will you go with me? Lord Blubber lowered his head and said to Yi Futian. Yi Futian looked at the figure in the void and felt a little hopeless. The power of someone who had survived the divine tribulation of the Great Path, whose control over the power of the Great Path had already surpassed any common sense of the word, was overwhelming. Even though he possessed the power of path obliteration, Lord Blubber was still indestructible. This was completely determined by the difference between their realms. If he had also survived the divine tribulation of the Great Path, then with the help of the divine body, he should have no issue dealing with a figure at this level. But now it was obviously too difficult. He lowered his head and glanced at Huajiu. Even if the two were to become one, it would be hard for them to deal with a Lord-level character, and their outcome would still be hopeless. "Let her leave, and I will go with you to Jinshan Temple," Yi Futian said. No, Jiu refused when she heard Yi Futian's words. "Jiu, I will go alone. There is still one last chance. If you are with me, I will be too worried," Yi Futian said to Huajiu via voice transmission. His tone was very solemn. Previously, he had wanted to let Huajiu leave while they were on the road, but at that time the ending was unknown, and they thought they might have a chance to escape 6 desires heaven together. However, now that he had been intercepted by someone at the Lord level, he couldn't leave. However, Yi Futian still had hopes that Huajiu could get away. If he went to Jinshan Temple by himself, he might still have a chance to fight for his life. Lord Blubber glanced at Yi Futian and Huajiu, then said with a smile, "Come out of the divine body of Xinjia, the Great Emperor, and submit to me. Then we will talk." Previously, Yi Futian had plotted against many people. The 4 lords, dead or injured, had all paid a heavy price. Now, even though he was always smiling as he dealt with Yi Futian, Lord Blubber was still alert. Although he had completely suppressed the other and currently had the upper hand, he dared not let down his guard. He didn't mind Huajiu leaving, but he needed to be absolutely sure that he had Yi Futian under control before that happens. Only when Yi Futian had completely relinquished the power of the divine body could he be under his control. With Lord Blubber's own realm, facing a Ren Huang of the 8th realm would be like a god facing a mortal. He could easily crush Yi Futian and not worry about him making any more waves. Yi Futian didn't look too great when he heard what the other said. Lord Blubber seemed to intend on controlling him completely and have him surrender the divine body. If that happened, then no matter what happened, Yi Futian would no longer have any advantage and would really be akin to some lowly insect in front of Lord Blubber. No, Yi Futian refused without hesitation. "If this is the case and Elder reneges, I won't stand a chance." "Do you think you have a chance now?" Lord Blubber asked with a smile. "If so, let us continue." As soon as his voice fell, a terrifying aura descended once more, and the domain of the Great Path released a terrifying divine light. The symbol of Wan was shining with radiant divine light, pressing downward, layer by layer, with overwhelming coercion. "If Elder insists, then you can be sure I will never go to Jinshan Temple no matter the cost, even if my life ends here today. And before I die, I will destroy the vitality within the body of Xinjia, the great emperor," Yi Futian said with no uncertainty. "This way, Jinshan Temple will have nothing to gain." Lord Blubber raised his eyebrow slightly when he heard Yi Futian's words. Could Yi Futian really destroy the vitality within the body of Xinjia, the great emperor? Xinjia, the great emperor, had long perished, but the divine body he left behind still contained divine power, which could also be considered its vitality. After Yi Futian had assumed control over the great emperor's body, he was able to urge the divine body and the divine power therein. However, if he were really to destroy the vitality, could that really destroy the divine body of Xinjia, the great emperor? However, Yi Futian was a cunning character, and everything that happened before proved that. How credible were his words! But even if he had doubts, he didn't quite have the resolve to make a decision right now. What if it was true? More importantly, Yi Futian's life was far more valuable than Huajiu's. He actually didn't care much about Huajiu. As far as Jinshan Temple was concerned, she was unimportant. However, the presence of Huajiu would allow them to control Yi Futian better. But just at this moment, another terrifying divine light descended from above the firmament. A brilliant beam of light came down directly from outside of the sky, covering the body of Xinjia, the great emperor. The power of heavenly might dropped, which changed the look in the eyes of Yi Futian. This aura was even mightier than Lord Blubber's. An even stronger character had now arrived. Lord Blubber raised his head to look beyond the sky at this moment. The smile in his eyes was replaced by a solemn expression. In the next moment, a group of godlike figures appeared where the divine light was shining. The middle-aged man in the lead had a superior temperament. He was clad in a long golden robe, and he had pitch-black long black hair. Nonetheless, he was surrounded by a detectable air of Buddhism. The golden light was shining in an extremely radiant display around him, and he exuded an unparalleled majesty and authority. "My lord!" Lord Blubber nodded to acknowledge the middle-aged man who appeared in the void, making Yi Futian's heart tremble. The Lord of Jinshan Temple, Saint Jinshan, had come in person. A golden halo seemed to be hovering behind him, giving an irresistible sense of might. He looked like a true heavenly god. The cultivators who came with him were also extraordinary characters, standing quietly behind him and looking down at Yi Futian below. Yi Futian couldn't help but let out a sigh. They must have thought highly of him to dispatch such a group of cultivators to deal with him. Chapter 2455. No Choice. Yi Futian naturally understood that Saint Jinchan had come here. Yi Futian could also tell how highly the latter viewed him. He would not stop until he took down Yi Futian. When Yi Futian was under the control of Lord Six Desires in the Six Desires Heavenly Palace, Saint Jinchan had merely sent messengers to ask that Yi Futian be sent over to Jinchan Temple. Saint Jinchan's attitude was overbearing, and he clearly did not treat the Six Desires Heavenly Palace as an equal. Now he had come in person to take Yi Futian back with him. Yi Futian did not know whether or not he should feel honored. "Greetings, Senior Saint Jinchan," Yi Futian greeted as he looked at Saint Jinchan in the sky. Although Saint Jinchan was his opponent, he still minded his manners. However, Saint Jinchan was not as friendly as Yi Futian was. He gazed down at the figure below. A cold look flashed past in his domineering gaze as he said, "I never thought that Lord Initial Zen would perish to you." Saint Jinchan did not care as to whether Lord Six Desires was dead or alive. However, Lord Initial Zen was considered his junior and was a figure at the level of a lord. He had fallen to Yi Futian's scheme and perished. If Yi Futian did not possess so many secrets, Saint Jinchan would have killed Yi Futian with a single palm strike. However, he would not do so. Yi Futian still had value. At least for now, he would not kill Yi Futian. Senior Lord Initial Zen had me against the wall. "I had no choice," replied Yi Futian. Saint Jinchan naturally ignored Yi Futian's explanation. He swept a cold and indifferent gaze at Yi Futian and calmly ordered, "Take him away." As he said this, Lord Blubber's smile returned. He said to Yi Futian, "Yi Futian, let's go." As he said this, 2 top-tier renhuangs descended and walked towards Yi Futian and Huajiu. Their figures floated in the sky above Yi Futian as they said, "Your spiritual soul may return to its original body." They said this with a commanding tone. There was no room for negotiation. Although Yi Futian was powerful and could kill existences who had survived the divine tribulation of the Great Path, Saint Jinchan had come in person. Right now he did not dare to resist. That would be suicidal. Under such circumstances, Yi Futian had no choice but to obey and follow them to Jinchan Temple. For Yi Futian, he was indeed in dire straits. There was nowhere to run now. If he obeyed and followed the other party, how would he end up? Huajiu and his fate would be beyond their control. They would be at the mercy of the other party's whims. Yi Futian had also killed many cultivators from Jinchan Temple. Would the other party spare him? Clearly, this was the path to his doom. On the other hand, if he did not follow the other party, how would he deal with the situation at hand? Right now, he was in danger of being killed off. Right now, at this very moment, it seemed that he had reached the end of the line. He raised his head and looked at the renhuangs in the sky. They had imposing and overbearing manners. When they faced him, these renhuangs from Jinchan Temple bore an air of arrogance. It seemed to be their innate temperament. It might also be because they were from Jinchan Temple that they acted so high and mighty. In the sky, various cultivators looked down at them as though they were enjoying a show. Their expressions were cold and indifferent. There was even a look of pity in their eyes, as though they felt sorry for him. Lord Blubber was still smiling as though he had been doing so forever. Saint Jinchan did not even look at Yi Futian, instead turning his back to him. It seemed that he was prepared to leave. No one believed that Yi Futian would refuse and resist. They were all waiting for one outcome, for Yi Futian to disarm himself and obediently follow them to Jinchan Temple. Yi Futian suddenly realized that the reason the almighty Saint Jinchan had come in person, aside from how highly he viewed Yi Futian, was not because he was worried that Lord Blubber could not bring Yi Futian back with him. Saint Jinchan might be worried that Lord Blubber would have his own personal agenda. Hence, he had come in person. Everything around him seemed to pause. Inside the divine body of Xinjiao, the great emperor, Yi Futian quietly observed all of this as he gradually calmed down. From the look in his eyes, he actually seemed to gradually ease up. It was as though he would calmly accept any outcome. Since it had come to this, everything else was meaningless. Saint Jin-chan, ever since I arrived in the Western world, everything I did was because my hand was forced. If I willingly hand over the divine body, would you promise to let us two leave? Yi Futian asked. His voice was extremely calm at this moment. With Saint Jin-chan standing in such a situation before the various cultivators, he would not lie to Yi Futian. Hence, he asked this final question. It was to give himself an opportunity. Are you qualified to negotiate with me? Saint Jin-chan answered Yi Futian with his back turned towards the latter. His tone was indifferent, without the slightest hint of emotion. Yi Futian was not qualified to negotiate with him. Take him away, Saint Jin-chan mumbled. Immediately, the two Renhuangs gazed down at Yi Futian and ordered, Make haste! Yi Futian raised his head and swept a glance at them. They were both top-tier Renhuangs and would be considered extraordinary figures wherever they went. They belonged to the group of individuals who stood at the top of the pyramid. However, right now, Yi Futian's eyes were filled with a look of cold disdain. Weren't they relying on Saint Jin-chan's power to throw their weight around? If it was just these two Renhuangs without the backing of Saint Jin-chan, would they dare act this way to him? Even if Yi Futian did not rely on the divine body, killing them both would be child's play. Are the two of you even qualified to order me around? Said Yi Futian. He glanced at the two Renhuangs as ferocious divine light shone from his eyes. Countless runes radiated out from the divine body. In an instant, the two Renhuangs felt themselves descending into the domain of path obliteration. Their expressions changed drastically. However, it was already too late. Yi Futian immediately raised his hand and clenched his fist. A gigantic hand directly reached out and subdued the two Renhuangs. Beneath the terrifying gigantic hand, the two of them did not have the strength to free themselves at all. Presumptuous! A cultivator in the air chided angrily. Yi Futian actually dared to resist and attack the Renhuangs who were to lead him away. Was he seeking his own death? Under such circumstances, Yi Futian was actually still resisting. By following them, there was at least a chance for a different ending for him. However, he was now resisting. Even if he was not concerned about himself, had he not considered the well-being of his woman? Saint Jin-chan also turned around. He clearly had not imagined that Yi Futian would resist now. I told you that everything that I have done since I came to Six Desires Heaven was because I was forced to, Yi Futian said in a voice as cold as ice. He then clenched his fist. A frightening, rumbling sound could be heard. The two Renhuangs let out horrifying screams. They immediately perished to the giant hand and were executed on the spot. In an instant, terrifying auras descended and enveloped the divine body of Xinjia, the great emperor. Even the smile on Lord Blubber's face had disappeared. He appeared somewhat surprised. They were surprised why Yi Futian could not read the room and had actually resisted in such a situation. He had even gotten violent and committed murder. Did he wish to be killed? Saint Jin-chan's overbearing gaze turned cold. Yi Futian had actually killed his subordinates, right before his eyes. Heavenly might descended. At that moment, the space was filled with endless murderous intent. It made others feel as though their spiritual souls were suffocating. Chapter 2456. Destroy. You're seeking your own death. Saint Jin-chan gazed down below as he said this in a voice as cold as ice. When he said this, he made a grab at the space down below. Immediately, a gigantic Buddhist palm appeared in the sky. It radiated with divine halos and enshrouded the sun. The entire space was within the palm's reach. This enormous palm tried to grab the body of Xinjia, the great emperor. The body of Xinjia, the great emperor, shone brilliantly as endless runes leaped around it. The runes enveloped Yi Futian and Huajiu, forming a protective shroud. Rumble. The gigantic palm smacked down. The runes transformed into a starlight screen, as though the divine body was encircled by stars. However, the screen still could not block the terrifying attack of the palm. Rumbling sounds could be heard as the screen slowly shattered. The gigantic palm grasped the divine body of Xinjia, the great emperor, and lifted it toward where Saint Jinshan was. To the side, Lord Blubber cast a glance at the scene indifferently. He was expressionless. Yi Futian, indeed, did not know what was good for himself. If he allowed himself to be captured and brought away, he would at least have a chance of survival, even though he would suffer severe losses. He could still bet on a chance of negotiating some terms with Saint Jinshan. However, Yi Futian chose to oppose Saint Jinshan blatantly. He actually killed 2 renhuangs in front of everyone. His act was no different from leaving himself no way out. What he did was definitely unwise. If this continued, it would most likely not end well for both him and Huajiu. Before this, Lord Blubber had believed that Yi Futian was smart. However, right now he was obviously a bit unwise. The divine body of Xinjia, the great emperor, was grabbed and dragged up. The gigantic palm retracted and appeared below Saint Jinshan. He lowered his head and looked at Yi Futian, who was grabbed by the gigantic palm. In a cold and indifferent tone, he said, "Will you come out on your own accord, or do you need me to force you out?" Yi Futian raised his head and looked at the majestic figure. An extremely cold light shot out from the eyes of Xinjia, the great emperor. It seemed to bear a look of decisiveness. "Jiu," Yi Futian called out to Huajiu as he turned back and looked at her. Jiu smiled and nodded her head. There was only a calm look on her face that was as beautiful as that of a goddess. There was no sign of the terror of meeting their end on her face. It was obvious that she, like Yi Futian, was already prepared to face anything. Since it had come to this, she would let Yi Futian choose what to do. Regardless of what he wanted to do or what the outcome would be, she was willing to follow him and bear the consequences together with him, even if the outcome might be death. However, they had no choice in this. All of this was because Saint Jinshan had them against the wall. Yi Futian turned back and looked up into the sky. Frightening rumbling sounds could be heard. The defensive light shroud was still shattering in the gigantic palm. However, at the same time, an unparalleled power burst forth from inside the divine body of Xinjia, the great emperor. Beams of divine light shot out from inside the divine body, growing brighter. When Saint Jinshan saw this scene, he coldly snorted. He suddenly clenched his fist forcefully. The defensive light shroud immediately shattered. The fist continued clenching, closing in on the divine body. At that moment, the terrifying divine light that shot out from inside the divine body actually made it difficult for the gigantic hand to continue closing. There were even signs that the hand would be pierced through. This made Saint Jinshan frown. Yi Futian could break through his attack. Rumble. A terrifying sound could be heard. The divine body seemed to go berserk. As divine light shot out, the divine body was actually growing larger. This scene caused Saint Jinshan and Lord Blubber to reveal strange expressions. Prior to this, they had never heard of the divine body expanding in size before. What was Yi Futian doing? Right now, inside the body of Xinjia, the great emperor, Yi Futian's spiritual soul transformed into an ancient tree and seeped into every part of the divine body. An illusory figure flashed inside the body. The illusory figure was none other than Yi Futian. He revealed a look of agony as he howled with a gruff voice. Menacing rumbling sounds could be heard continuously. The world inside the body of Xinjia, the great emperor, expanded frenziedly. Countless years ago, Xinjia, the great emperor, was indestructible after he had proven his way. After he passed away, he left behind his divine body. The divine body was the flesh of a deity. At the same time, it was also an independent world on its own. Outside of the body, the radiating divine light tore apart all existence. The gigantic palm instantly crumbled to dust. Countless runes enveloped the vast space and enshrouded the sun. Both Saint Jinshan and Lord Blubber were trapped within the runes. Of course, trapped along with them within the runes were all the cultivators from Jinshan Temple. Saint Jinshan's brows furrowed. A divine figure appeared in front of him. It looked like the figure of Xinjia, the great emperor, yet it also somewhat resembled Yi Futian. It was as though two of them had merged into one figure. "What is this?" mumbled Saint Jinshan. He had a bad feeling about this. With his level, he actually felt a sense of danger at the moment. This was originally impossible, yet he was indeed experiencing it now. Yi Futian actually made him feel a sense of danger. "What do you plan to do?" asked Lord Blubber as he looked at the silhouette of Yi Futian. His facial expression changed as well. He similarly sensed danger. "I have told you before. Since you don't believe me, I have no choice but to show you personally," Yi Futian answered. Lord Blubber suddenly recalled what Yi Futian had said before this. He revealed a shocked expression as he exclaimed, "Do you plan to destroy the divine body?" This was the body of Xinjia, the great emperor. It was the flesh of a deity. A universe was stored within it. If Yi Futian destroyed it, how frightening would the outcome be? Lord Blubber naturally understood what a divine body consisted of. The destruction brought forth by the explosion of a divine body would be shocking. No wonder he sensed danger. Buzz. Menacing divine light of path obliteration swept out. This divine light of path obliteration was formed from the countless runes. It swept towards all the cultivators present. "Retreat!" ordered Saint Jinshan decisively. His figure traversed the space with a single step, retreating far away. Right now, it was not the time for contemplating. This was a life-or-death situation, even for him. "Destroy!" The divine figure appeared hideous and contorted. It also seemed to be experiencing extreme pain. To destroy the divine body, Yi Futian had to push it to the point of self-destructing. The waves of divine light wiped out everything. Everywhere the light passed, everything was destroyed. All paths ceased existing. No power of the great path could withstand it. Ah! Screams could be heard. Under the destructive divine light, Renhuangs were immediately torn to shreds. They could not resist at all. In an instant they were eradicated and disintegrated. The destructive divine light expanded outward. The area it enveloped grew larger and larger. The vast space became a domain of path obliteration. The divine light of path obliteration swept out again and again. Right now, Yi Futian was also experiencing tremendous pain. In the sky, a painful roar could be heard. Rumble. A dull thud sounded. The figure of Xinjia, the great emperor, exploded. Right then, divine light radiated out and flooded the space for billions of miles. It became a true domain of path obliteration. All great paths were destroyed. Within the light, Saint Jinshan and Lord Blubber unleashed their full might to defend their figures from this destructive storm. They did not aim to fight against this power, only seeking self-preservation. At the same time, a beam of light shot out from within the destruction, bringing along the figures of Yi Futian and Huajiu as it left the world of destruction. It appeared to be the final ray of life. Chapter 2457, The Darkest Hours. A few days later, somewhere high above in Six Desires Heaven, countless cultivators had gathered around. Their attention was fixed on the field ahead. Golden runes were shining above the firmament, endless and infinite. It seemed as if it was a world of runes. This world covered an extensive area, traversing multiple cities within Six Desires Heaven. It was quite a spectacle. The vast majority of the Renhuang in Six Desires Heaven had been attracted to this place and appeared in the surrounding area of this domain world. Their hearts were greatly disturbed as they beheld the sight in front of them. No matter what levels of cultivators they were, when they felt that aura, they could feel their hearts tremble. Although all of them were looking from the outside, none of them dared step inside. The aura within was far too terrifying, like an air of extinction. Each and every rune seemed to contain the power that could destroy the great path, making that vast expansive realm an absolute space of path obliteration. There was no other great path that could exist within this space, except for the force of destruction formed by those infinite runes. It was a vacuum for a world. That's too scary. Only death awaits anyone who walks inside. Some top-notch Renhuang mumbled with solemn expressions and extremely uneasy hearts. They couldn't believe such a strange sight like this was actually happening in Six Desires Heaven. And what happened here had spread through gossip at first. However, as the storm continued and widened, the news was dispersing throughout Six Desires Heaven with incredible speed, so that it was known to every cultivator in the entire Six Desires Heaven. This terrifying domain of path obliteration was formed by the explosion of a divine body. A god-level figure's physical body had exploded, exposing its internal world to the outside, creating a world of destruction that traversed endless space to form this domain of path obliteration. "Has anyone witnessed that battle?" someone asked. "Do you think it's possible?" The person next to him responded. "With such destructive power, any witness would surely die upon the destructive power erupting. No one who saw it could live to tell the tale." "That's true." The person who asked the question felt a little stupid, but he still felt it was a pity. Such an epic battle with no living witness. A single Renhuang took down the entire Jinshan Temple. Not too long ago, Jinshan Temple was searching for any traces of Yi Futian in Six Desires Heaven. Who would have thought that it would cause such horrible consequences and end like this? Now, it seems that whether it was Six Desires Heaven or Jinshan Temple, they were both plotting to obtain the divine body that was in Yi Futian's possession, someone else whispered. Well, it's just that no one expected that Yi Futian could actually cause the divine body to explode. That light of destruction illuminated half of all of Six Desires Heaven, which was indescribably horrible. This time, Jinshan Temple suffered a heavy loss. It was really a disaster. Everyone was talking about it, and with complicated emotions. No one could have thought that a Renhuang, rumored to have come from Divine Prefecture, would upset Six Desires Heaven like this. Six Desires' heavenly palace had been destroyed, and the Renhuang had killed 2 out of the 4 great lords, with 2 more wounded. When Jinshan Temple came to apprehend him, even Saint Jinshan himself had arrived in person. But in the end it was said that almost all the cultivators from Jinshan Temple were wiped out. Any cultivators below the realm of Saint Jinshan were completely obliterated. Even the deputy lord himself had perished under that attack of total annihilation. Another lord-level casualty in that utter disaster. Only Saint Jinshan was able to walk out of there alive. No one knew what Saint Jinshan had experienced in that storm of destruction, but they heard that when some witnesses saw Saint Jinshan emerge from that world of destruction, he was covered in blood, barely alive. That high and mighty saint had almost perished in this disaster. He was lucky that he got out with his life. However, even if one managed to survive this storm, it would be at a great cost. Even an existence such as Saint Jinshan was covered in blood and near death. It was said that when he finally emerged, he had great difficulty levitating into the sky. One could only imagine the severity of his injuries. At present, there were all kinds of rumors circulating in Six Desires Heaven. Some said that Saint Jinshan's body was filled with the scars of the Great Path. Some also said that Saint Jinshan's Great Path Foundation had been utterly destroyed. But no matter what, the truth was that Saint Jinshan had lost the battle wretchedly, and it would probably take him a long time to recover. There was probably no way for him to return to his original state in a short time. The news of what happened in Six Desires Heaven even spread to other heavens, especially news that Jinshan Temple had almost been destroyed. This was not just a notable event in Six Desires Heaven, but was also of great interest to the entire Western world. Several days later, The divine mountain where Jinshan Temple was located was surrounded by a golden divine light. It radiated with the light of Buddha as if it was a place of cultivation for the great Buddha. Jinshan Temple was the place where Saint Jinshan cultivated. Currently, Jinshan Temple was in a state of chaos. Saint Jinshan took many powerful cultivators from Jinshan Temple with him on his quest, and their deputy lord was also out to capture Yi Futian. So now at this moment, an extremely frightening aura came from the void, shrouded the entire Jinshan Temple. As the divine light lingered, a group of cultivators descended. This was yet another superpower from the Western world. The man in the lead was surrounded by divine light, compelled all the cultivators from Jinshan Temple to bow down to him in worship. The divine consciousnesses of those cultivators swept through and enveloped Jinshan Temple. It antagonized the cultivators from Jinshan Temple. This was an absolutely unthinkable offense that would have never happened before. However, though they were deeply hurt now, they dared not express it. Neither did they dare to voice their displeasure. They did not yet know whether their lord, Saint Jinshan, was dead or alive. If Saint Jinshan were to meet some unfortunate end, they probably wouldn't fare any better themselves either. "Is the saint not back yet?" the cultivator in the lead asked. His voice reverberated within the entire temple. "No, not yet," someone below answered respectfully. The man nodded and continued, "I have heard what happened at Six Desires Heaven. The saint may be recuperating at the moment. As for Jinshan Temple, in order to avoid interference from outsiders, I will stay here for the time being and wait for the saint to return." Everyone who heard this was speechless, but what the man said was indeed the truth. If the saint had been severely injured, it was possible that he may not return to Jinshan Temple for the time being. After all, within the many years it took for him to cultivate to this level, he had accrued many enemies. So, there was no telling how many adversaries were lying in wait. Normally, no one would dare to do anything out of bounds like this. But if they knew that the saint had been injured severely, it would give some of them ideas. Therefore, the saint might not be able to return in the foreseeable future. However, the presence of these people here was certainly not due to altruism, but rather their desire to take over Jinshan Temple. If Saint Jinshan were to return someday, safe and sound, they could say they were here to protect the temple. But if not, then despite knowing the truth, no one dared to refute the man. Ultimately, they could only accept it. Of course. All of them nodded, but felt extremely humiliated inside. But what else could they do? This had to be the greatest humiliation that Jinshan Temple had ever suffered in 1,000 years. These truly were the darkest hours for Jinshan Temple. All because of some youngster. Chapter 2458, Convergence. At Six Desires Heaven, on an ordinary mountaintop, was an ancient temple. At this moment, a man in tattered clothing was walking up the stairs outside the ancient temple with heavy footsteps, and he seemed a little tired. The ancient trees on both sides of the stairs swayed gently, covering the steps full of leaves. That figure, climbing up, seemed a little lonesome. As he climbed up, he came to the very top of the staircase, where a monk was sweeping the leaves. When he saw someone came up the stairs, he stopped what he was doing and said to the man while looking at him, "Sir, this temple is not accepting donations or visitors." The man nodded gently as he clasped his hands in front of him and said to the monk, "I passed by here because of chance alone, or perhaps this was destiny. May I stay in this temple for a while?" The monk put down his brooms and clasped his hands together in return as he bowed to the visitor and replied, "We have rules in our temple that we do not accept donations, so naturally we cannot receive visitors either. I hope you understand, sir. I am neither a pilgrim nor a visitor. Master must be able to see that I have suffered some serious injuries and require a place to rest for a while. I am here because of Buddha's guidance. May I be so bold as to ask if Master could make an exception and allow me to take refuge at the temple for a while?" The visitor continued to speak. His voice sounded a little pathetic. Who could have imagined that Saint Jinshan, whose name rang throughout the Western world, would be begging like this just to find a place to quietly cultivate and recuperate for a while. "Sir, please leave." The monk who was sweeping remained unconvinced. He continued in his effort to get rid of him. Saint Jinchan raised his head to look at the monk. An authoritative gaze appeared in his eyes. Just that gaze alone was enough to make the monk shudder. It was an innate temperament that was difficult to conceal, even if he had been severely injured. But it was only for a moment. All that majesty in his eyes disappeared in the next moment as Saint Jinchan silently turned around and walked down the steps, still looking a bit lonesome. He walked very slowly, as if he could not move any faster. Someone walked out from the temple, looking at Saint Jinchan as he was leaving, and asked, "Who was that?" "I don't know." The sweeping monk shook his head. Looked like someone with nowhere to go. Perhaps he wanted to con his way inside the temple. The person who came out nodded. "There are many people like this. You don't have to be so polite every time." "Very well." That sweeping monk nodded. He still remembered that look in the eyes of Saint Jinchan from before. It was an extremely complicated look and difficult to decipher. However, he was clearly a cripple who exuded no aura of cultivation. So why did he make him feel differently? Saint Jinchan heard the conversation between the two men, and his emotions were extremely turbulent. He never expected that one day he would end up in the situation he was in. But as of now, he dared not disclose his identity to just anyone. He was once the high and mighty lord of Jinchan Temple, but he had his shares of enemies over the years. In addition, many of his cultivators had been killed by Futian on that day, when he caused that destructive power to erupt. If his identity were to be exposed and he was detected by someone with bad intentions, he would die very miserably. Right now, he was almost half disabled. He needed to find a quiet place to recuperate and recover for a period of time. He believed that in time, with his strength derived from Buddhism, he would be able to get back on his feet, recover from his injuries, and return to his previous state of power. At a moment like this, he vowed he would make Futian so miserable one day that the young man would wish for death. And also that wife of his, Jinchan, had never suffered such humiliation as he did today. Many days later, in the great Brahma heaven of the Western world, in the void, a goddess-like figure traveled through the air. Her face was gorgeous and stunning. She was otherworldly, but at this moment, she was holding a person between her arms. This man was clad in white with white hair, deeply unconscious. However, his handsome visage could still be seen. These two were none other than Huajiu and Futian. On that day, Futian caused the divine body of Xinjia, the great emperor, to self-destruct. The resulting terrifying power swept through 6 desires heaven. The divine body turned into a domain world of annihilation, sitting right above 6 desires heaven, destroying and slaughtering the cultivators from Jinchan Temple. However, Futian also paid a heavy price in exchange. Even he didn't know what would happen, so he had planned for the worst possible outcome. He had discussed with Huajiu, and they both agreed that they were willing to face all the consequences. Since they had been forced into this desperate situation, this was all they could do in response. They knew that once they had been taken away, their destiny would no longer be under their own control, but would be under the control of the others. After Futian's spiritual soul urged the divine body to explode, he used that last trace of power in the spiritual soul to bring Huajiu out of that realm of annihilation and escaped that corner of the world. Afterward, his spiritual soul returned to his body and fell into a deep slumber. In that world of path obliteration, Huajiu was almost wiped out as well. This time, the two of them were lucky to get out with their lives. Huajiu had no expression on her face. She was only concentrating on moving forward. Ahead of her, a group of cultivators was coming towards them. They rode on a golden-winged roc and flew towards them with incredible speed. Mo Yunzi, the golden-winged roc, was connected with Futian psychically and knew the exact location of Yi Futian, which was how he was able to locate them. Seeing their arrival, Hua Jiu stopped right away. Blind Tai, Qin Yi, and the others stepped forward to check on Yi Futian's condition. Teacher, Little Ling and the others' expression was one of slight concern. Yi Futian's condition seemed to be more serious than they had expected. It had been so many days, and he was still in a coma. Let's find a place to stay first, said Hua Jiu. Everyone nodded in agreement as they then stepped onto the back of the golden-winged rock. The divine bird spread its wings and started shuttling through the void. Jinshan Temple had no reason to bully and persecute us like this. Fang Xiyuan looked at Yi Futian and said coldly, "We will have to decimate Jinshan Temple for good." Hua Jiu watched them in silence. It seemed that they knew all that had happened. As if she heard Hua Jiu's thoughts, Hua Qingqing continued, "Everything that occurred in Six Desires Heaven caused a great disturbance. It may have already spread across the entire Western world. Here at Great Brahma Heaven, we have also heard a lot of chatter about that battle." Hua Jiu nodded lightly and asked, "What about Jinshan?" There was some coldness in her voice. If it weren't for Saint Jinshan, who had kept pressing without giving them a way out, Yi Futian would never have had to take that drastic step and end up like this. "I don't know," Hua Qingqing said. "We heard that almost everyone from Jinshan Temple had been wiped out, but so far it was impossible to determine whether Saint Jinshan himself had actually died. Some reports indicated Saint Jinshan may not yet perish, but he did not return to Jinshan Temple either. Temporarily, he had gone missing. It is possible that even if he did not fall, he might have been severely injured." Hua Jiu nodded. Under that devastating attack, even if Saint Jinshan did not die from it, he would be so gravely injured that he probably used up 8 out of his 9 lives. His condition could not be much better than Yi Futian's. However, this was not enough. What she really wanted to hear was the news that Saint Jinshan had died. "We are here." It didn't take long for the group to land on an ancient peak. There they would conceal their trail and avoid attracting unwanted attention. "Let's not bother with things from the outside for now, and let him recover and rest. Let's not go out for a while either," Chenny proposed, and everyone agreed. Not long after they arrived in the Western world, they had already set off such a violent storm that shocked everybody within.